He doesn't have a problem with drugs, he just doesn't get them. He's fine that his mates have tattoos, but he thinks they'll regret them. He likes going to pubs, but he hates it when the music's too loud. He tends not to go to rock concerts, cause he can't stand the crowds. But all he's ever wanted to be is a rock star on Rage or MTV. But he knows that it's not fucking likely. He just turned 30. He knows that he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep writing songs the world will never hear, and though they won't be heard, he'll just keep writing. Oh yeah, but you see the problem is he always dreamt of being a star, but he learned piano instead of guitar, which in the 90s didn't get you very far. So while the other kids were learning Stairway, he was the piano to their forte. But he was convinced one day he'd rock their fucking asses, be an icon for the disenfranchised masses, grow his hair long and rebel against the state. But just for now that'd have to wait, cause he's running late for his morning classes, and he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep playing gigs that no one knows about, and though it sounds absurd, he'll just keep playing. Oh yeah, but you see the problem is there's not much depth in what he's singing. He's a victim of his upper middle class upbringing, so he can't write about the hood or bling bling. So he sits and imagines his girlfriend is dead, to try and evoke some angst in his middle class head. But the bitch is always fine at 9:30 when they go to bed. And he's not spent a single night in prison. He has no issues with nutrition. He has no drinking problem and no drug addiction, unless you count the drugs they put in chicken. And marijuana always tends to make him cough. He doesn't look good with his t-shirt off, and when he tries to act tough, you can tell he's tricking. Go out late, popping pills and having fun. He goes home and showers and gets a good 8 hours. He gets his thrills from his morning run, and while his mates all go on dates, taking speed and drinking cans of Jim Beam, he stays home and cooks, curls up with a book with the girl he's had since he was 17. Cause he's never really been part of the scene. Give him Guns N' Roses, he'll take Queen. He's more into Beatles than the Stones. He's more Stevie Wonder than Ramones. And he's never owned a panel van. He never shot a Pantera fan. He doesn't know the difference between metal and thrash. He couldn't tell you nothing about Axl and Slash. He likes Ben Folds and the Jackson 5. He knows all the words to Staying Alive. And though he wants to be all grungy and cool, he spent 11 years at a private school. So it don't matter how he tries, he cannot hide behind his rock and roll lies. Cause you've either got it or you don't. Yeah, you'll either rock it or you won't. You've either got it or you don't. Rock it or you won't. You've either got it or you don't. He knows that his music lacks depth, but it just can't be helped. He has nothing interesting to say, so he writes about himself. But he doesn't want to seem self-obsessed, so he writes in third person. In an attempt to seem more rock and roll, but he suspects it's not working. And deep in his heart he knows that he'll never be Silverchair or Eskimo Joe. And even if he was quite pretty with small pants like Kylie, he knows that he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep writing songs the world don't care about. Though it sounds absurd, he'll just keep writing. Oh yeah, 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 you can criticize him, but he won't care, 'cause he wants to rock, and he will never be deterred. But he'll always be a fucked up little try-hard wannabe rock and roll nerd. I'm happy. Rock and roll nerd.
How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Feeling good, feeling good. Hopefully you're feeling good. I know I'm feeling good. I don't know what it is. My voice, it's like a little dry. I don't know what it is. My voice sounds weird to me. I don't know if it sounds weird to you, but it's like, I don't know. I feel a little sick. After Wednesday's stream, I thought for sure I was getting really sick. I had a super sore throat. It was bad. And then yesterday I felt a little bit better, but now like today my voice is weird. I don't know. Hey, look, I'm here, but I'm not here tonight playing Dead Space. Oh, you're good, Whippy. We're going to boot it up and try it ourselves as well. You better believe it. What was the verdict on the stream platform, or votes not in yet? Well, I do, once more people get in here live, I'm going to throw out the link one more time, and then we'll look at the results. Basically, like, just so everybody knows, because I know some people were weirded out by that. I put out a community post about streaming platforms. And basically the reason was because I got reached out to by Twitch, and they would like us to come back. And they're offering like a very, for Twitch especially, a very small incentive to come back. Basically, we come back as partners, and then beyond that, we would have like a very small signing bonus that would basically allow us to like upgrade Jacob, my editor's PC, a little bit. And that's about it. Really not much. Better than nothing, but not like what you hear about Twitch people getting signed with crazy contracts. They're basically like, here, would you like these crumbs? But it's something, and we can at least negotiate if we want to. However, the reason I wanted to toss it out is because I thought the general consensus was that people greatly preferred YouTube. However, a good number of people apparently would greatly prefer Twitch. So I created a little survey, and at this point, there's pros and cons to both. I'm down for what you guys are down for. So I am just here along for the ride. So really, to take a playbook out of Yves Guillemot of the CEO of Ubisoft's book, I'll put the ball in your court. So I will let you guys kind of decide. We'll put out the link to the survey here in just a few minutes. Once a few more people get in here, I'll let you guys vote on it. It takes like 45 seconds to fill out. And then we'll look at the results together, because it's totally just straight. There's no trickery with it. It's just a straightforward survey asking your preferences and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to see what you guys say about it. I took a peek at the results this morning, and it actually, I was surprised, one, how many people responded, but also two, the results were pretty mixed. So we'll see if that settles out, but we'll see. I know it's stupid because like we just moved to YouTube 6 months ago. So it's like, oh, you're swapping back? No. We're asking if it makes sense to do that, because if we were going to do it, it makes more sense to do it now than in another 6 months. But we'll look at it and we will evaluate it as critically as we can. You know, you should make them wait how long it took them to respond to your partnership or affiliate thing. Yeah, if you guys weren't here for that, we applied for partner. What, May of? No, it was later. It was like July, like late. No, because I think I was in Minnesota while it happened. So was it early July? So early July, we applied for partnership, and we didn't. They say it's supposed to take like 1 to 2 weeks. We didn't hear back until I had moved to YouTube. Like in the first week I moved to YouTube, I got an email saying, "Welcome to the partner program." They offered to make me partner, which was funny. I was like, how many people make partner on Twitch while not streaming on Twitch at all? It's a little funny. So it was a little stupid, but I was like, guys, come on. It's not a good look. You're trying to like win over creators, and then you take 2 months, 3 months to respond to an application for somebody to commit to your platform. Like, that's pretty dumb. It's like, I'd like to make you a ton of money. And they're like, no. We'll be back in 3 months. Let's see. What are the pros and cons on your and our part? I actually think Daniel put it pretty well in our Discord. And Rocky also had a pro and con list that was good. So what Rocky said was what we gain, I won't show this because it's like a private chat, but I'll just read it off. What he said was actually competent modding tools, because on YouTube mods can't ban people. Like, they can time you out, but I have to manually do everything. It's really stupid. Better emote support. YouTube's pretty lackluster. C, community that generally like to give more subs. Yeah, financially, it will probably result in a lot more money for me and the channel. So that's a pro, more revenue. D, a lot of people who know the ins and outs if something goes wrong. True. E, we can have bots like Nightbot actually work, along with chat. Chat just doesn't work. Thank you so much, Luke, for that. I don't know if you saw that I sent you on Discord or everyone's to spam. You never know. I would like to hear your thoughts live. Love you. Well, thank you for the $10. I will pull that up. Yeah, I will sift through my Discord messages for you. We'll do that. Yes. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, the chat thing especially I would greatly appreciate. Get more emote slots as a partner. You get 75 slots with 10 animated, I think, plus another 300 with 7 TV. You can allow others to add emotes too as editors, which would be super cool. That's true. By the way, Rocky, I did submit those emotes for the stream, but YouTube has to manually approve them once you submit them. So they are currently pending. I don't know. I haven't checked this morning, but as of last night, they were still pending. What we lose, Rocky says, a lot of viewers, generally active ones as lurkers, won't mind. B, we lose the ability to download the stream in 1080p, as even after being partnered, the bitrate on their end allows up to 960p. C, we lose the push that YouTube is making to push out live streams to other people, but then I've seen a lot of people lose viewership coming to YouTube and also losing money. D, we would need to spend money on someone digging or doing panel art and emotes like this, and this. You shared a handful of them. Tend to do much better. It also incentivizes people to buy sub just for the emotes. And all that's true. I mean, the major thing for the channel's sake is just being honest. Yeah, we'll make probably 3 times the amount of money on Twitch. It's like not even close, but that's just from the live stream. Okay. The only way, like what this would actually look like is that we would stream on Twitch. And I'm not saying this is happening again, but what it would look like is that we would stream on Twitch, and then all of the VODs, the full stream VOD, would be uploaded to YouTube immediately after. And the reason I can commit to that is because that's how we share the footage with editors and with everybody else. It's way cheaper and easier than doing it through like Dropbox or something. So it's just a win-win. So it would go straight up on YouTube. And then all of the like live stream clips, highlights, everything that you've seen go up on this channel as secondary content would all still be a thing. It wouldn't stop or go away. So the only thing that would technically change is that during the live section of the stream, it would be on Twitch. That's the difference. But I know some people have very strong thoughts about it, so I wanna hear those. YouTube's more fun. Again, like the viewer controls on YouTube are really solid. But from the perspective of like the mod team and also on my end, YouTube is pretty far behind the curve in terms of like basic streaming features. The fact that mods can't ban people is unbelievable. Like, it's how that is not a thing. I don't know. It's amazing. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share this link with you guys real quick. And if you have strong feelings, you can, there's a question that prompts that. Here, paste. Oh, that's super sketchy. Hold on. The link it copied is like 6 pages long. Okay, paste and go to. Copy. Share this link. That the first time I tried to paste the link was like 400 characters long. It's like, oh, that was a little much. Okay, try this link. If it'll let you use that. Nope, page not found. Hold on. Paste. Try that. Did that work? Yes, it did. Okay. So all you have to do, fill that out, and then we can look at the answers real quick here in a second. And like I said, there's a question at the very end that asks you to basically rate how passionate you feel on the topic, and you can just put, like, if you have a very strong opinion, you can put that in there, and if you really don't care much, you can put that as like a perfect 5 in the middle. So just let me know. Let me know. And then as those responses roll in, I mean, you can see we've got 375 responses so far. So as you guys start to answer, that will increase and start to tick up as you guys put that in. So, yeah, like I said, we're just throwing out ideas here because Twitch approached us. It seemed like an interesting idea, and I wanted to just toss it out there. See if it's something we want to even consider or talk about. Luke, did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? He needed a little space. That's funny. That's funny. I'll give you that. Let's see. While you guys are filling that out, let me see what this... It's almost like having a gigantic Lego set in front of you is slightly inconvenient.
Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut?
The claustrophobic astronaut. Oh, I see. Hold on. How do I pull this photo up? Open in browser. There we go. So, little backstory, guys. Little backstory for you. I mentioned a while back that I had gotten a package from Ubisoft back when Assassin's Creed Valhalla was on the way. And it's funny because, like, I ended up really, really despising Valhalla, but they sent me so much swag for it. It's ridiculous. You know that big brown box right there? Like, do you know what that is? I don't know if I've shown you guys this. This brown box. This is the, like, ultra premium collector's Orlog set. Like, with hand-carved little wood figurines and stuff. I think it's from Dark Arts or whatever that group is. It's very, very nice. And they sent me all this stuff. And I really just don't... I don't like Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So, it was funny when they followed up. Come on. And they sent me basically a full jumpsuit. Okay, like full sweatpants. They sent me socks. They sent me a hoodie. But it was your typical, like, swag quality. It wasn't great. It felt like wearing a garbage bag. And I told you guys about this, like, on a couple of YouTube videos and a couple streams. And I was like, I don't know what happened to the picture because the outfit, like, it didn't really fit well and it was quite unflattering. And so I let Nikki wear the hoodie a couple of times. She wore it out to, like, stores occasionally and would get hit on non-stop by neckbeards, which I found really funny. They're like, so you like Assassin's Creed? That's pretty cool. She would have these guys come up to her and think, oh, she's a gamer girl. Wow. Which is all the funnier when you see what this looks like. But basically, I found the pic and I shared it on our Discord. Another reason to join our Discord, put !Discord in the chat and you can get the link to it. It's also in the link tree in the description. So you should join our Discord because you get fun stuff like this. But I found the link or the picture and I shared it. And oh baby, it's just, I hadn't seen this pic in a while and it's so much better than I could have imagined. So Sunoku went and did some like AI upscaling stuff on it to increase the resolution and also cut out the background of my bedroom because I took the picture in the reflection of a mirror. It's just, there's no easy way to do this. Just rip the Band-Aid off. You ready? It's a full like Assassin's Creed Valhalla jumpsuit. And I don't know if you can like really tell. Oh, wow. I zoomed in a lot. But like the material is like a weird plastic. It felt like wearing a garbage bag. It was just freaking weird. Yeah, this is back like 2020. My old iPhone. Chunky Luke. Do you also like my socks? Those are Bigfoot socks. I still have these socks. They're just Bigfoot socks that I think my sister got me. But yeah, it was quite the outfit. Quite the outfit. Oh. And you better believe somebody is going to be like, oh, and they sent an influencer that. They should have sold that. I would have bought that up. Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, imagine being upset about free merch. Yeah, no, I appreciate it greatly, Ubisoft. And now we're getting stories. Like, you're getting the story of it. I remember very fondly, like, if the goal of merch is to rep a game, like, how many pieces of random merch do I just shove in random corners of the place? That are forgotten about until eventually I find them and then I'm like, oh, I need to throw that away or give it away or whatever. But this thing will live in infamy for millennia. You'll never forget this. I mean, look at it.
16 times the detail.
It's stunning. It's brave. It's beautiful. It's something else. So, yeah, that's my Assassin's Creed Valhalla jumpsuit that you can check out, which is pretty. 150 likes and Luke wears it for next stream. We literally can't find it. Nikki and I both were looking for it. We cleared out our closets and we don't know where it is. So I don't know if it got lost in the move. I don't know what happened. I don't know if in like a sleepless night or a drunken stupor, I stumbled around the house and burned it in a burnt offering to the sky gods. I don't know. I'll probably find it in like 20 years. Crammed behind a bookshelf or something, like somewhere weird, and it'll be amazing when I find it. But yeah. Okay. Yes, the survey, we can do this. Let's refresh, get one last tally. Okay, so 416 of you have responded to the survey. So the first question was, which platforms do you regularly use / have installed? And you see top two are YouTube, Twitch. I'm surprised TikTok is so low, but you know, I think some people are lying about that. I'm going to be real. But still, I appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon, for the membership. Anybody who's getting collector's edition for Dead Space, knowing the physical items ship. Also 3 months, gang. Yeah, for real. I don't know. I've not heard anything about that. That's weird. Hopefully they get it together. Beyond that, so like this is not anything surprising. I mean, you look how stacked it is. YouTube overwhelmingly used more frequently. Do you regularly watch the stream VODs, highlights, clips? So, you know, 12 of you said no. I'm guessing it was nobody in here because you're literally doing it right now. But 80% say yes, 75 or 18% say rarely. But, I mean, that's a pretty healthy split because this also was pushed out to some people that, like, are not even subs to the channel. So that's to be expected. How many hours do you spend watching Luke stream a week? Pretty evenly split 0 to 1. There are actually a really good number of people that just watch the live stream clips. Really interesting. Really, really interesting. So, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty healthy split. I'm surprised that there are some people in here, 39 of you, that say you watch 10 to 15 hours. Props. You guys are the OGs. or the real G's. But then they go, which platform do you prefer for live content? This is obviously going to be a little stacked because we're asking on YouTube what people prefer. So like this question is not like, I think it's indicative. I think it tells you a lot because 344 of you say that you prefer YouTube. But this is also like, it's not an unbiased group, right? You know, that's to be expected. But the main question that I'm really interested in is going to be the bottom one as we get here. Let's see. Would you follow Luke's stream to Twitch if it meant he streamed more? Because basically the agreement that we would have to come to is that we would stream about 32 to 40 hours a week. A week, which means 4 to 5 days a week for 8-hour streams. To put it in perspective, right now we do 3 streams a week for about 4 hours apiece. So it would greatly increase, basically double, close to triple the amount of streams we do, which is a lot. And of those people, we got, I mean, it's a pretty evenly split thing. It's about a third say yes, would follow, a third say no, you'd not follow, and then another third roughly says maybe. And then if you answered yes, you would follow, people said nothing would change. 32% said you'd watch more, and only 22 or 15% said that you'd watch less, but you would still follow. It just would be less convenient. And then of the people that said no, this is what I get for adding an other option. What's really freaking, no, it's a blank space. I was like, how did they do that? They like somehow they answered like 2 responses to the same blank question. But no, it's because it's just blank. It's just blank. So 2 people didn't fill in the other option. But of the reasons people gave for this, a lot of people said they don't like Twitch's app. They don't use Twitch actively. They don't like the Twitch ads and monetization, which I totally understand. I mean, you can just see how many people relative said that. And then of these individual responses, YouTube is better view experience in every way, especially as a premium member. Definitely true. I like my media content on one platform. Plus, I only use Twitch once in a while, but I'm on YouTube almost 24 hours a day. Okay, like your pre-recorded content. Okay, spend more time on YouTube. Twitch is for watching Hikaru Sim Title Tuesday. I know exactly what you're talking about. I do not use Twitch often. I usually go for Valorant content when I click Twitch. Most things I watch are on YouTube, so I don't use Twitch much, but I don't watch live that often anyways. It has what I think is some of the bottom of the barrel type content influencers. I would probably agree with that. Too much, bad reaction streams, too much interpersonal drama, almost adult content, as unsafe or as safe content. It's really weird. I agree. Like it feels like the best way to grow on Twitch right now is to have a foot cam and to cheat. And somehow you won't be banned if you have friends in the right places. And then as for this is the main question that I'm primarily interested in, because this reflects your sentiments. So this, I think, oh my God, it keeps like, how do I just refocus it? Okay, God, man. Okay, anyway. This tells me how passionate people feel. Okay, so what we would expect if you guys generally really loved the idea of moving to Twitch, we'd have a huge stack on the right side because 10 represents, yes, let's move right now. Let's do it. 1 represents, oh my God, don't, I'll hate it and I will be very sad. Okay, 5 is, I do not give a crap. So of these responses, you can see the majority of people are stacking on the left side of the scale, meaning that they have preferences against Twitch towards YouTube. And then on the right side, you have 30 people that very much would love going to Twitch. Let's do it yesterday. And then 22 people, 28 people, 35 people. These people more generally favor Twitch, but they don't care that much. It's just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I would prefer it, but it's like not a huge problem. And then like with these 3, 4, and 2s, those are people that at least I would say lean YouTube don't care a ton, but lean more YouTube. They would prefer that. So Rocky voted all 6 through 10 repeatedly. Yeah, stop the count. So it's interesting. And I get the sentiment. Like, on the one hand, there are a lot of people that do check out the VODs, and especially the stream clips. Just to put it in perspective, like, our average streams, when the stream's over, will have probably like 3,200 views. Like 3,200 people came out to the stream over the course of the stream. Whereas like the VODs, or rather the clips and highlights and stuff, we can post a 45-minute highlight where I'm going through a topic, and it'll do 9,000 to 10,000. So way more people are watching those anyways. And so, you know, while this 66 people, or the 15.8%, are very, very much against Twitch as the host platform for the streams, I totally understand that. At the same time, there's a lot of people on both sides of this divide that are still going to get the same content from the live stream clips and stuff like that. Luke, I would love more content, but there are reasons you don't do 8 hours already. Wouldn't want you to burn out. No, I agree. And like I said, this is all still very, very, like, nothing's happening. Okay. Basically, they came to us and said, would Luke consider moving back? We could talk about, a little boost, a little something to help grease the wheels. And we've not done anything yet, and we would actively negotiate this out. So realistically, this wouldn't happen until maybe March, if it did happen. And the reason for that is because we'd want to negotiate and try to get at least a better deal. If they can throw us more, bigger chunk of change or something, I don't know. Or they might say, screw you, never mind. Like, you just never know. But also, like, we can negotiate the amount of hours. Like, I agree. I don't think I could go from roughly like 12 to 15 hours a week streaming to 40 and be fine. I don't think that would work well or end well. What we would want to negotiate is like, okay, Luke will add one more day a week, and he'll go from 4-hour streams and he'll do 6, which already, like, last week we started to spill into 5.5-hour territory on a couple streams, just because that's what feels natural now. So, I don't think that'll be a big deal, but just that, like, 4 streams a week at 6 hours a piece, we get up towards 24 hours. And then one day we decide, we'll make the move to, longer stream days where we go more like either one more day, maybe, or an evening where we stream. And that adds another 4 to 6 hours. Then we get up right next to 30, and that's pretty solid. And man stands paying me. I already told you this, Rocky. Open your gifts. Open your gifting settings or whatever. But it's just tricky. Like, there's pros and cons to all of this. Like, initially the move to YouTube was also kind of a spat because they were taking so long to verify the partnership application. It was mildly infuriating. So I don't know. And like I said, there's pros and cons to everything. If we were to go over to Twitch, I'm sure we'd have a handful of things that pissed us off. And then we stay on YouTube, and there's a handful of things that piss us off. All sorts of stuff. If he does the hot tub. So yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, being real, do I think it would have like a major impact on viewership? I actually don't really think so. Like, I have not actively promoted Twitch in a video in like 6, 7, 8 months. We still get like 50 to 100 new followers a day on Twitch. And I haven't streamed there in 6 months. And it's because people see the older videos where I promoted it and stuff like that. And they also just are like, they're on Twitch and they look up Luke Stevens on Twitch. So I think like initially there will be some growing pains, and live concurrent numbers might be lower, but overall like total view counts on the videos I think would be about standard. So I don't know. No, Lucky Trapped. If you just popped in, basically we did a little survey asking people what they thought of the topic. And like for me to justify making like a big move like that again, I would need it to be pretty clear that it would be beneficial. It would need to be a useful thing that's actually worth doing, and there's broader benefits, right? If it's just like, oh, people are split, then it's not really worth it at that point. And it seems like people generally are just kind of split. So as of right now, I'm leaning against it. And plus, like, while YouTube has its own quirks and problems, I'd like to think that they are getting better. I'd like to think that. And that they're making improvements. And that's while Twitch seems to be actively making everything worse. So who knows? Also, I want some praise for this, okay? You guys asked me on Wednesday, what's Mr. Matty Plays' video on this Xbox showcase going to be titled? You guys asked me, and I told you it's going to be a we, all caps, need, lowercase, to talk about the Xbox showcase or the developer direct or whatever it was going to be called. And guess what he called his video? We need to talk about Xbox plus developer direct. I got it. Way ahead of you. Oh man. I love Maddie. Anyway. Steffi, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you. Dead Space is not only good, but actually works on PC really well. I'm glad. We're going to check it out here in a minute. He's always watching from the shadows. You never actually know. I was talking to, I don't know if this is cool to share, so I won't say their name, but I was talking with another content creator, for a collab we wanted to do. And I mentioned something that happened on stream. And he casually is like, oh, yeah, no, I was in there for that. What? It's like, okay. Got to be careful now. But no, like, you never know who's watching and lurking. You never know. I pop into people's streams all the time, and I don't chat at all. So you never know what I might be watching, and I tend to watch some weird live streams. Like, I mean, the King Cobra thing. I've told you guys about the King Cobra weird thing. Ooh, that one. I felt that one coming, and ooh. Wow. Okay, well, we are going to do Dead Space. I have very little left to do on this Lego Titanic. We've been working on this thing for like 3 weeks. So we need to just knock this out and finish it. So, in the meantime, while we're doing that and wrapping up the Lego Titanic, we need to find, let's see, Digital Foundry. Foundry. Did they not do something on the... Really? They didn't do something on Dead Space? I thought they did. Okay, maybe not. Okay, that's weird. Monster Hunter Rise Switch versus PS5 and Xbox. I'm still bummed that they did a Switch game. Like, I wanted something else. Not yet. Poo. Well, what else is there? What does Redfall's release date mean for Starfield? Oh, next gen watch. Oh, let's see what IGN thinks that means. So my understanding is that Bethesda, as of today, still says that the release date for Starfield is going to be in the first half of the year. That's what they had on their website until very, very recently. I don't know if it's actually still there, but I don't know. As for like if they're actually going to delay it, I don't know. But basically, because Redfall's coming in May, a lot of people are saying, okay, well, do they do a silent drop in June? Like at E3, they say, yes, here's Starfield, check it out, it's amazing, and also you can play it tonight, or you can play it on Friday, you know, something like that. People are wondering if they're going to do that, or if they're going to push it back and delay it until the fall, which some people are saying it's not really a delay because they haven't announced the date for the first half of the year, but they've said it's in the first half of the year. Like if like a great example would be God of War. Like if God of War releases a trailer and says coming 2021, and that's it, and then they come along towards the end of 2021 and say, actually, it's coming in November of 2022. That was a delay. Even though you didn't give a specific, like you delayed it because it was set for this time frame and then you pushed it back. So I would consider that another delay, but that's a separate thing. Jonathan Grant, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Awesome sauce. So I don't know what's going to happen. I will wish with hopeful thinking that they do like a silent shadow drop in June. I don't think they have to really worry about pre-orders. I really don't think that's a huge deal with Game Pass stuff now. And I think that they generally love the idea of just dominating the internet by like cold dropping something like that. And we've seen that Hi-Fi Rush is doing quite well as a result of that surprise announcement. So it might actually work. Who knows? Who knows? They can still do like a big marketing push towards E3, towards the beginning of E3. I don't know. Or they might just announce it in March or release it in June. Who knows? I don't know. But how far did you get in Hi-Fi? I had probably a few hours. I tried playing it through xCloud. Don't try to play it through xCloud. The rhythm and pace doesn't work with the latency. So it just, like, you can't land combos. It's like totally broke. It's just not a game you can really play on cloud streaming yet. But yeah, no, Hi-Fi Rush is actually very, very fun. But let's see what they're saying. Console Watch.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch, our show following all the news.
Real quick, did you guys see that Sony announced that they are, quote unquote, not focused on a PS5 Pro or mid-gen upgrade? They are only really focusing on the PlayStation 6. That to me is very interesting. And I think it's in response, like a lot of people were saying that the Pros, the Pro consoles, the PS4 Pro, the Xbox One X, they got to figure out the naming scheme, by the way. Spec Ops Labs, thank you for the membership as well. Thank you. What they said was that was more a response to how outdated the previous consoles were. So like the OG Xbox and OG PS4 were really underpowered for what they needed to do. So apparently Sony currently, at least they're publicly saying, they're not really looking at mid-gen refreshes. They're looking at a full PlayStation 6, which is interesting. Hi, so love from India. Good to see you, my friend. It's like buying iPhone 8 Plus compared to an 8. Yeah. Like at this point, it used to make sense when the Plus versions were also way better than the original. Like it still made a big leap, but maybe like the form factor looked the same. But nowadays, like, I think the next gen PS5 or the PS5 Pro would just be like, realistically, they, because of inflation and everything else, they'd probably have to come in and charge like $850 for it or $1,000 for it. And honestly, maybe this is a hot take. I think there is a market for a Pro PlayStation, a Pro Xbox. And you could say, well, that's just the PS5. Like it already is the Pro. I'm talking about something that's a grand and that natively, like without a doubt, outputs 4K 60 on everything. I think people would be willing to pay that. And I think if you did a survey, like they wouldn't sell millions and millions and millions of units. They wouldn't sell like 100 million units of it, but they probably sell 5 to 10 million units of it, because there's so many people out there that take gaming very seriously and would like to have the latest and greatest. So I like an ultra PC kind of thing. Yeah, kind of like just offer it at the higher price point. But who knows if they'll actually do it, because I think it's just easy money. I think they would. I think it would do well. But apparently the biggest problem for them right now is that they're struggling just to get inventory locked up. But I will show you this. Oops, Nikki texted me 30 minutes ago. Okay, this is a little funny. I probably can't show that on stream. But Nikki said she went to the bathroom for like 30 seconds after taking Lachlan's PJs off and just letting him like run around the room. Pretty normal. And then when she came back in the room, he had stripped off his diaper and was just sitting completely bare bones naked on the floor with one of her hats on his head. It's like a big fashionable hat. He's just sitting nude on the floor with a big old hat on his head. And he's just, hey mom, just chilling. That's pretty adorable. Oh, that's cute. But what I was going to show you is, where is it? I actually was at Target and walked in and they had, yeah, here it is. This was on January 12th, according to the timestamp. And how do I, okay, this one. They actually had, it's going to be weird because I have the polarizing filter. They had dedicated, like the station for the PS5s. They had multiple PlayStation 5s in stock underneath it. I know my screen protector has a bubble under it. And in the back of the store, they had, according to the guy, a lot more. So I'm thinking they're starting to get their inventory issues sorted, but that's very, very recent. And I don't know if that's just here or worldwide. So I'm sure they just figured this out. And then the idea of figuring out how to handle like another launch basically is just a nightmare for them. So they just don't have to deal with it. That's what they have for most targets now. Yeah, well, the one thing is they are all the God of War bundle. So you get a copy of God of War Ragnarok inside every copy or every box. I already own God of War Ragnarok, so I just have a spare code. It's an oopsie, but yeah, anyway.
And updates on the Xbox Series X and S and the PlayStation 5. I'm Damon Hatfield, and as always,
by the way, these are the last
Ryan
pieces.
Catherine,
Once this is done, the ship's done.
Podcast Unlocked.
Happy surprise Xbox first-party game release day.
Yeah, we did.
As
we got
record
one of
this.
those, and it's available now. Moments today. We'll talk about that in just a bit. And Max Scoville, host of IGN's PlayStation podcast Beyond.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. Let's begin.
Hey, how's it going? I will say, somebody did reach, or somebody on the Discord, they were like, would you ever go and like become a host on IGN or something? I'm like, I think for one, it's not a good fit. 2, I like being independent, doing my own thing. 3, the memes would just be too easy if I were to go to IGN and like start working with them. And it's also like, it's very corporate. So I just don't think it's for me. But I'm actually kind of surprised more YouTubers haven't tried to go and get like hired on by IGN or GameSpot as talent. Like, doesn't it only make sense that eventually these companies will try to acquire that talent? Kind of like a cable network. Like, why doesn't IGN try to sign ACG or SkillUp as their head reviewer, and then all of his videos are under the IGN mantle? Like, why don't they do that? I'm sure it's expensive. Well, yeah, you don't trust IGN at all. Well, that's why they would do it, because they would buy basically the rights to the content of a major reviewer. And like, for me, being real, I would view it as like a business buyout, right? So if you were to come to me and say, hey, Luke, can I buy your catalog of reviews? And also you need to work for us for 5 years or 10 years or whatever and produce reviews for us under your mantle. If they did that, that's basically a media company buyout. That's basically what they're asking to do. And for that, like, they would need to come with a fat stack, because you'd have to look at how much money my channel currently generates, project that out, do the net present value. Like, realistically, they would need a hefty offer. Like, they would need a 7-figure offer minimum to make it like, okay. If somebody came and offered me like $3 million or $5 million or something to sell my channel and go make reviews with like IGN, that's kind of hard to say no to. Like, but they aren't doing it though. Like, nobody's doing it, so we'll see. I always felt like IGN are just a close group of people that always freak me out. It does seem like kind of a close-knit friend group. Yeah. I only trust 2 gaming channels for my decisions to buy games. That's yourself, Luke, and ACG. Awesome. I appreciate that. That's very flattering. Thank you. I know what Luke gravitates towards and doesn't, and his taste is similar to my own, so that works. IGN doesn't have that. Well, exactly, but that's kind of my point, is they don't have that, so why don't they try to acquire talent that achieves that goal for them? Maybe they've thought about it and they've just decided, you know what, it's just not worth it. Maybe they look at it and they say, everybody hates IGN, but everybody still watches IGN videos, Exhibit A, and checks out our reviews. Like, we're doing fine, and I don't think having skill up on the review would change that, you know. So maybe it's just not worth it to them. But I still would insist. I'm surprised more companies haven't tried to do that, especially companies like IGN make ridiculous amounts of money. So surely they have it in the budget to try to acquire some talent. You see it with big streaming networks and stuff all the time. And I'm just surprised they haven't tried to do it in the gaming space. It's weird. It's weird.
Begin with Xbox this week. Xbox had a developer direct showcase today, and it was a pretty good, entertaining, and concise little show. About 45 minutes long. It showed off 5 games and gave out some release dates. The most notable of which, I think, is the long-awaited release date for Redfall, coming out May 2nd. Redfall it's from Arcane, developers of games such as Dishonored.
Specifically Arcane Austin.
Announced back at E3 2021, was supposed to be out last summer, but then was delayed alongside Starfield to the first half of 2023. True to their word, May 2nd is when Redfall is finally coming out. Ryan, what do you make of that release date?
I'm happy to hear it. They're also going to just get out ahead of that sort of late May and June gauntlet of all those like 25 plus year franchises getting major new entries. We've talked about it. It's Zelda Tears of the Kingdom in late May, and then June is Diablo 4, Street Fighter 6, and Final Fantasy 16. So not just big games, but big games, big franchises that have been around since we were kids. And so, to have this new IP that doesn't have any of that sort of 2 decades plus worth of brand equity and familiarity built up yet in the form of Redfall, to get it out right at the beginning of the month, it will hopefully get some deserved attention before those other games start dropping.
I do think it's a smart placement for it, but I don't know. What are your predictions for scores on this? What do you think? I want to hear in chat Metacritic predictions for Redfall based on what you've seen. For me, I'm getting the same weird feeling that I had for Deathloop, and I think it's less clear as to why I feel that way, but there's just something weird about it. There's something weird about it that's not sitting right with me. And so if I were a betting man, I would probably say that it's going to end up being like, maybe reviewers give it really high marks, maybe like 88, 89 on Metacritic, and then gamers will get their hands on it and it will be much less positive. Because after Deathloop, I think the clear example or the clear thing is that journalists really like Arcane stuff, and average gamers are much more critical of it and don't give them as many brownie points as the journalists do. So we'll see. Maybe it'll swing too far the other way, and these journalists now will try to avoid a Deathloop situation by like getting ahead of it and being really harsh towards the game. I don't know. But based just like on how this guy's talking about the game, I can already tell that he's going to give it good scores no matter what if he's the one reviewing it. 7, 8, 8.5 if paid off. 75 to 80. 80 to 85, 80. High 7s, low 8s. 68 to 80, I'd say. 65, 75. Okay, 7. IGN will give it a 10 like Deathloop. Maybe. I don't know, man. There's just something weird. It's got, yeah, exactly. It's got the arcane stink, like the Bethesda stink. There's just something about it that's causing my skeptical hippo eyes to,
Yeah, I think early May makes sense to me. The other months are all just too packed already. And, Zelda is going to be a huge game, but not, it doesn't mean anything if you only have an Xbox, right? The real competition, I think, that month will be possibly from Suicide Squad, which is coming out in late May.
I totally agree. I think Suicide Squad is the big wild card. The weird thing, though, with all of this is Breath of the Wild, or the sequel to Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom or whatever. I feel like that game's not been discussed at all. Like, nobody's really talking about it. It's just like, oh, yeah, that's coming. I don't know why. Is the hype on the same level? I don't hear it brought up very often when people are talking about like their most anticipated games of the year. And I think it's because, for one, it looks very similar to Breath of the Wild. So people are already less excited about it. Whereas Breath of the Wild, just the concept was exciting and different from what they'd done before. And this one doesn't seem to really do that, because it really seems to be in the same vein. Like, it seems to just be like a Breath of the Wild 1.5, right? So it'll be interesting to see how they buck that trend. They've also been very, very cautious with the marketing. You'll notice that they haven't really talked about it much. They've kept it very close to their chest, which is that normal for Nintendo? I guess it is. They don't tend to flash stuff super aggressively. But yeah, the hype for it is not anywhere close to what it was for Breath of the Wild.
But
Right.
Max, now Xbox has, a big first party game with a release date in the first half of the year. Do you feel like that's lacking from Sony?
Yeah, I'll say it. I think Forspoken wasn't quite the banger a lot of people were hoping it was going to be. Final
What?
Fantasy 16 is just barely.
Did you guys see the first comment on this stream? Or one of the first comments was actually, Forspoken's actually really good. It's like 8 out of 10. I still have like people going on that Forspoken video now that I did, and people are saying like, oh no, this game's actually really, really good. These guys was just, they were paid off. Did you see he didn't like the DualSense Edge controller they sent him? He's totally an Xbox shill. Guys, come on.
Barely not in the first half of the year. That's on, I think, June 22nd.
Right.
And there's plenty of cross-platform stuff we'll get to mess with, but it'd be nice to have, I don't know, like a nice little surprise launch like Xbox got today.
Yeah. So, Ryan, the big question this poses to me is, what does this mean for Starfield's release? Because I don't think Starfield is going to get out the door before Redfall, which leaves very little time for it to actually make it out in the first half of the year, which I think means to me, I wouldn't be surprised if Starfield is their big holiday release this year. What do you think?
I am not ready to go there with you yet, Damon. I see why you're going there, and I totally get your logic on that, but I still feel like I don't think Starfield wasn't in the presentation today because they're not ready to show anything from it. I think it wasn't in the presentation today because they didn't want to overshadow everything else. Redfall, Forza Motorsport, Minecraft Legends, Elder Scrolls Online, and as it turned out, Hi-Fi Rush.
Right.
This new game from Tango Gameworks that's you can just play right now. It's out. So I think there is a chance that it's still going to hit that first half of the year window whenever that Starfield developer direct comes around. Now, I was hoping they'd tease us with a date for that at the end of this direct to say, hey, tune back, on whatever day for our Starfield focused developer direct. We didn't.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd say something about it
at this one, but I think it's going to depend largely on exactly when that developer direct is. Because once we have the date for that, then I think it's fair to extrapolate a little bit on the release date from there. Like, if this Starfield direct is in February, then sure, we could get Starfield at the end of May or sometime in June. But if that Starfield developer direct doesn't end up being until April or May, then yeah, at that point, you can probably scratch the first half of the year off the list, and it is officially going to move out into the second half. And then at that point, it would just be how far into the second half is it going to go?
Well, it's funny. I just checked, Ryan, and it turns out that June 30th is on a Friday. So I don't know, maybe they just barely want to squeeze it in there, put it out on Friday, June 30th. I don't know, Matt.
The other piece of this is, what else does Xbox have in the fall? What else do they have coming? That's like announced and confirmed. Forza, okay. I don't know if I'd consider that like a major holiday. Like, that's your holiday blockbuster. Because racing fans are hardcore, absolutely. And people who play those games love those games. But I also think it's just different. Like, I think that doesn't have the same mass market appeal. Hellblade, I guess if they do get Hellblade out, that could be a bomb to drop. Yeah, maybe Hellblade. I don't know. But I would not consider, like, I don't know. I just don't find Forza, in my mind, it doesn't have the same, like, flagship title power that something like, you know, Starfield would have. But maybe that's just my bias, you know. Let's 1v1 in Forza. Do I even own Forza? I don't know if I even... I mean, I guess it's on Game Pass, right? I guess it's on Game Pass. I haven't played a racing game in a minute. I think the last one I tried was that Sony one that was monetized out the ass. I think that was the last one I tried.
Max, what's sort of your feeling about when Xbox might want to release Starfield at this point?
I could see it being a fall thing. You know, they had the old 11/11 release date initially. Bethesda loves that. They love that, like, November, that pageantry, you know, that thing that everyone gets under their tree, or, you know, gets the midnight launch of before Thanksgiving or whatever. I think it'd be, you know, a good fit. Like, I'm dying to play this game, but again, like, as we learned the hard way with, you know, Fallout 76, like, I'd rather have the game come out overcooked than undercooked.
Yeah, of course. I think we all feel the same way. Ryan, what do you think of the Xbox Developer Direct Showcase overall today? Along with the Redfall release date, they showed off Minecraft Legends, showed off Forza Motorsport, although we didn't get a release date for that. And then, of course, you had the aforementioned Hi-Fi Rush surprise release from Tango Gameworks out today.
Yeah, and it's really fun so far. We're recording this right after the Developer Direct, so I've just installed it. I haven't had a chance to play it, but one of our action game gurus at IGN, Mitchell Saltzman, is already posting in our Slack channel that he loves it. So that's cool. I don't know when our review will be up. Hopefully by the time you read this, or if not very soon there, by the time you watch this, I should say. But it sounds like the early impressions are good. But in any case, Damon,
I used Slack at my real estate job before I went full-time on YouTube, and I'll be real, Slack just feels like a clunkier Discord. I greatly prefer Discord. But I'm sure somebody who really loves Slack heard me say that and it's going to freak out. What are you talking about? I like the Forza presentation, all their cool tech, but it's just not my kind of racing game. More Sim Katie. Fallout 76 was not a single player story. He's ready to go clamming. I don't know. I just think, like, there's a lot of tendencies for these IGN guys to walk the line and not say anything that bombastic, and I totally understand it. You know, if we're talking about going and working for IGN, I don't think I'd ever be able to realistically do that, because, like, if I saw Bethesda do what they did with Fallout 76 again, I would say it again. That was evil. That was borderline criminal, and they deserve all the lawsuits they get. That was horrible. And they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. There is zero doubt. Same with CD Projekt Red. They knew what they were doing. So I like going into this review for the big expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. You better believe that I am going to be pushing that thing to the limit to make sure it runs okay and is polished and refined. And if it's not, I'm going to tear it a new one, because that's what they deserve. I don't give these studios and these publishers extra credit or brownie points just because I like their previous stuff. And it's like you guys heard, when I did that collab with Maddie. Some people are willing to give them benefits of the doubt because they just like their old stuff. And, some people aren't. They just aren't willing to do that. I don't tend to give them breaks, but I can understand why some people do. And I think some people interpret that as me being like a hard ass or being a negative Nancy. So be it. What are you going to do? Oh, I hear someone. It's you. It's Babe. Hello, Babe. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I didn't show them the picture because I figured that wouldn't be PC, but I did tell them what happened with Lockie upstairs. That's pretty hilarious.
He literally went to use the bathroom and he came back and he's butt naked with a cowboy hat on.
He's sitting on the floor, completely naked, cowboy hat on.
My belly almost ruined this whole thing. I almost tipped the mug with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a baby in there.
There's a baby in there.
There's a little fella.
Okay. The car's been started for like 15 minutes. I gotta leave eventually, right?
Oh, yeah. Is the garage door open?
Yep.
Okay, good.
No, I'm just gassing
I was
at
like,
the inside.
I was like, gotta be careful getting in the car.
I'm the one who told you we had to open the garage door in the first place.
I knew that already, but sure, yes. Okay.
Very special.
Where are you going to go with Lockie?
Probably Target, because you don't want to go with me.
I just get bored. She goes to Target like 3 times a week and somehow still finds it interesting.
And I don't buy anything.
She just walks around.
I go get a coffee.
At least go get like the popcorn or something.
No. See, every time you like start a new stage in your life, a new part of Target opens to you. So like we're living in a house. Home improvement section. We had a baby. Baby section. We like to eat. Grocery section.
Is that a new phase of life?
For me, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Love you.
Love it too. Have fun.
I need a cat. No. Oh, that's my shadow. She's over there. She is my shadow.
She is your shadow.
Love you.
Love it too. Luke is giving us financial lessons, then biology. String cheese. Yeah, I go hard, guys. She also made these little banana muffins, little baby banana muffins, because I love banana bread or banana nut muffins and banana muffins. So she made a bunch of little baby ones so Lockie can hold them and eat them with me. So we'll have breakfast together and then he eats his muffin while I eat mine. It's pretty cute. Baby brain kicking in hard if you spend 3 days a week in Target. Yeah, dude, for real. And seriously, it's like me in high school at GameStop. Like, I just go there. Somehow I always find it interesting. And for her, she just walks around Target. And she's good. I go in there, I'm like, what do you want? Like, what do you need? She like, I don't know. We're just walking around. I'm like, I can't. My brain doesn't work that way. If I go to a store, my brain is like, you're going to the store to get something. You don't just go to go. I used to be that way with like Best Buy. I would go to Best Buy and check out all the cool tech. But the danger with becoming an adult that has like the power to buy things is that you don't have like the hopeful wonder of, oh, one day I'd love that TV. One day I'd love that camera or whatever. Because you can just get it. You shouldn't. You probably shouldn't. It's very expensive and financially irresponsible. But you could just get it. And so it makes it less magical to me. Circuit City. Oh, dude, that's a throwback. Best Buy browsing was awesome. Yeah, now it's just weird. Now it's just weird. I'm sorry. There's quite an aggressive person trying to enter the chat.
I actually really have to give Microsoft credit. I thought they did a great job. I mean, they set their expectations appropriately ahead of time and said, hey, we're going to have these 4 games. We're not going to have Starfield. And as it turns out, they under-promised and over-delivered by having Hi-Fi Rush be a surprise from Tango. So that was great. And it's not just that Hi-Fi Rush was a surprise, is that it genuinely looks really good. And it's from a developer that has a great track record. So that's excellent. I thought the presentations flowed well. There wasn't filler. There wasn't wasted time. Really, the only thing I can meaningfully, legitimately complain about is seeing Forza Motorsport again, because we have seen it a couple of times before, and still no release date. They didn't even commit to a season. They didn't even say, spring 2023 or summer or fall. They just said come in 2023. So that's definitely a letdown, but at least they gave us a game the day of the direct, Hi-Fi Rush, to give us a finally end this first party drought that we've been stuck in for a while. So we've got that, and we've got Minecraft Legends in April. We've got Redfall being really, the big core gamer game for the very beginning of May there. So we finally have those release dates that we've been needing for a while in the Xbox community, and it sets up a nice first half of the year for Microsoft. And again, I'm still optimistic that Starfield could sneak in there, and if it does, then we can say, boy, that they've had a great first half of the year, and then it'll be looking ahead to more of the unknown in the second half.
That's the one thing that makes me really think that this is probably it's probably going to be something later in this year, or they're probably pushing Starfield back, just because if they're pushing Starfield back, they have something for the fall. And as of right now, we don't know if they have anything else lined up. If they have a secret bomb to drop in the fall, I think it makes more sense to drop Starfield sooner. But the other piece of it is, previous to yesterday or 2 days ago, it seemed a little ridiculous to just think that Xbox had games lined up that just nobody knew about. But they just had a game nobody knew about, and it's actually pretty good. And they dropped it without it seeming. I think some people said the title leaked the day before. I heard nothing about it, and so it didn't really leak, and they just shadow dropped it out of nowhere. So it's possible. It was much less possible just a few days ago, but now we see that Xbox has the ability to have these games lined up that are just out of nowhere, nobody sees coming. And so, yeah, I wouldn't put it past them, This is one of the IGN hosts. This guy's an OG. This guy's been around forever.
But for now, yeah, I think this
about
Developer
Colorado.
Direct
Okay, hold on.
did a great job. I really have to. I like the format. I'm glad they stole it from Nintendo, as Sony had already done with State of Play. The format just works, and they had a great presentation.
Max, what do you think of the presentation today, and when do you think we might get some kind of State of Play from Sony?
That's funny, Rocky.
Well, shucks, I think soon would be nice. They've got a new, very expensive piece of hardware coming out in less than a month.
Yeah,
I know a lot of.
Yeah, the PSVR 2 is weeks away, and it seems like nobody's really talking about it. They haven't really dropped any surprise announcements on releases or games to come to it. They're just kind of sitting on it. It's weird. I've said before, I like VR. I've got the Oculus Quest. I think that thing's great. But I don't get the appeal of the PSVR 2. I really don't get it. It's freaking expensive, exactly. And it also is it's not backwards compatible with previous headsets. I think in terms of tech, I'm sure it's amazing. I'm sure wearing this and playing with it is great. The big question is whether or not they're going to have enough games to justify you spending, $500+ on this damn thing. That's a big question mark. And especially it's the problem with VR, because devs don't want to make stuff for a VR headset if there haven't been enough units sold, because if they don't have enough units sold, not enough people will buy the game that they make, so they don't want to make that investment until more units have sold of the headset. But people don't want to buy the headset unless there's enough games to justify buying the headset. So it's just a loop where then nobody buys anything. It's a stalemate, and the thing just doesn't sell well and it plummets. So the only way you get over that is if the creator of the headset basically writes checks to game studios to get games produced to make the console or the headset worth buying. And it seems like they did that with Gorilla for the Horizon VR game, but that's probably in all likelihood going to be about an hour and a half long. And then you're going to be okay, what now? What now? What do we do? So I really don't know how they pull this off. I've not, again, unless they have some real surprises, which I don't think they do, because that's not Sony's approach typically. I would guess that this thing probably flops pretty hard.
A lot of people kind of aren't super sold on PSVR. You know, we did a survey on IGN, and I think like 10% of our audience said they've already pre-ordered one, which is cool. But there were a lot of people who were sort of in the, you know, undecided or not interested camp, and I think a little bit of you know, drum bang in there would get some people's attention and, you know, show this thing off.
10%, guys. Oh, Rocky, maybe you didn't hear me earlier. They're in pending status. So I uploaded them, but YouTube has to manually approve them so that you don't put like really inappropriate stuff on your emotes. So once they're approved, I was hoping they'd be approved today, but I guess they'll be approved probably by Monday.
But as for the Direct, I thought it was really good. To Ryan's point, like under promising and over delivering, I think there's a beautiful happy medium between, you know, setting people's expectations at a, you know, realistic height, but then also coming into being like, surprise, you know, here's this. And I've always loved that, you know, available now kind of game reveal type of thing, which is fun. And also, I don't know, it feels super weird to see something from, you know, Shinji Mikami's studio that's all bright and colorful, but, you know, he worked on Aladdin for the Super Nintendo, so it's kind of going back to the roots. And
It's true.
I'm really happy to see, you know, first party studios making these, you know, smaller, weirder games. Like this kind of feels like Pentiment in a way, in that, you know, it's definitely like, you know, this isn't like a big flagship release, but clearly, you know, the studios are working on different things, and they have, I'm hoping, a little bit of wiggle room to actually experiment and try new stuff. But to Ryan's point, if not a release date for Starfield, a release date for when we'll hear more about Starfield would be pretty cool. But, you know, we got a decent amount of warning for this developer direct, and, you know, it delivered. So good on them.
Well, speaking of Starfield, we have the results of last episode's poll when we asked, what is the single most important thing Xbox needs to do in 2023? And most of the respondents agreed with you, Ryan. They said that Starfield just needs to stick the landing.
Yeah.
Super important for that, right? Any sort of follow-up thoughts on that?
No, it's as true today as it was when we did the poll last week. It's just, you know, to Max's point, you know, bringing up Fallout, and it's got to be polished. You know, it cannot ship in an unfinished, oh, it's, you know, the Bethesda bugs. Like, no, this is the most important Xbox release in a long time. I mean, I know Halo Infinite was an important release, but certainly this is the most important new IP, as I think I said on last week's show, in many, many, many years. So it's got to nail it. It's got to hit the landing, and it just can't be, you know, a wait till.
It just can't be a Bethesda game. Jaden, thank you for going to be a member. Appreciate you. Again, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but like people will ask, why are you so skeptical of Starfield? For one, it's because Fallout 76 was basically just one big scam. But two, because Bethesda literally has never released a polished game. You know, like that's a pretty easy thing to refute, right? All you have to do to refute that statement is show me an example of a Bethesda game that launched polished. You can't because they've always launched broken. They're still good games, but they launch broken. And so for this, it's like, okay, well, the last time they did this, it was not just broken, like it was criminally broken. Like it was like selling somebody a car that didn't run, you know, like it was just not okay. So, and you know, as we all know, the best indicator of future performance is past performance, and the past performance is bad. Dare I say bad. Oblivion was or Morrowind saw Oblivion 2. That's what I thought. And then I looked up contemporary reviews and videos of gameplay and stuff, and they launched like very, very buggy. And maybe it's like, well, to be fair, a lot of games in that time were super buggy. Maybe, yeah, no, possibly. But it doesn't change the fact that they still launched buggy and broken, right? So for this, it's just hopefully, again, hopefully this is their wake-up call. Hopefully this is like, okay, well, we figured it out. We know how to make the creation engine work properly. Like maybe they've solved it. I don't think that's likely. And if I were betting money on it, if I were investing in these companies, I would be very worried about how this game launches. Whether or not players care is another question. Like, that's the main thing. I haven't seen anything that really shows that players care. Like, I care if they launch something broken. I don't want to support that. Just like ethically, I think that that's problematic. But it seems as though the average consumer is very forgiving when it comes to Bethesda games. So maybe it doesn't matter. That's where I probably would disagree with maybe the IGN poll. Because if the game launches buggy, I think people will say, okay, well, at least I got it on Game Pass for free. I think they should launch it polished because I think they need to win back consumer trust. But again, Game Pass just changes stuff because now people don't have to spend the $70. So, like, even if it launches really buggy, I don't think players will care that much. What I think players or respondents are probably more saying with the they need to stick the landing comment is that they need to have this game be fun, which is a little easier said than done because they've already made some big promises as to what you can and can't do in this game. And it's going to be tough to pull off. Pretty tough. They might be able to do it. I hope they can. But a lot of other devs have tried to do what they're doing in Starfield and have failed. And we'll see if they pull it off. If they pull it off, it'll be one of the best games of the last 5 years. No doubt. But we shall see. 16 times the bugs. Cheers. Thank you. Hicksuck, thank you. How do I send you a link to a funny video? I like probably the best way to do it is just Discord. Send it over there. Or if you want to potentially get it on stream, send it to Rocky and he can check it out. We just have a policy that we don't watch chats, videos, and streams anymore until they've been vetted by mods. 16 times the broken. Thank you, Luke. 16 times the totally broken. Proto, fancy thumbnails and new videos on this channel, huh, Luke? Yeah, I told Jacob to experiment. I was like, go for it. Mess with them. See what you like. Try it. Yeah. Give me one more job.
Wait till there's been a few patches kind of thing. It's got to be a clean, polished game right out of the gate whenever it does end up hitting, whether it sneaks into the first half of this year or ends up being somewhere closer to Christmas.
Well, dear viewers, that is something for you to vote on for next week's episode. We want to know, when do you think Starfield will be out? Will it still make it the first half of the year? Will it be out in late summer? Will it be the big holiday release for Xbox this year? Make sure to vote at IGN.com and we'll share the results with you next episode. And that's going to do it for this edition of...
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're going to stick it. Oh, yeah, look at that. Harry Potter stuff. Harry Pooper. Come on. Yeah, they gotta stick that landing, though. They really gotta stick that landing. Let's see. What else we got? Last of Us 1 on PS5. Redfall full presentation. Don't buy Hogwarts Legacy by Asmongold. 25 new Hogwarts Legacy details. This thing was taken super out of context. Fallout New Vegas situation is heating up. Oh, this whole thing is just that the Obsidian CEO said that he would love to make another Fallout game before he retires. Which I don't see how that really is like super newsworthy, but whatever. Let's see what else we got. What, my chat's behind. How are you? But your stream, you streamed too early, man. I'm only able to watch your stream today because I don't have school today. Well, let me know what times would work for you. Like, are you saying, and let me know your time zone, by the way. That helps. Because if we end up streaming more, then we probably slide more into the afternoon, I would guess. So we'd probably stream to like 5 p.m. Mountain Standard. 5 or 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I'm making progress. I just have to find something we can we can watch that will allow me to just wrap up this damn Lego set. Prove something incredible. Wow. Man. What a simp. What an Assassin's Creed simp I am. Goodness. After 5 p.m. being 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern after work is... Ooh. Oh, that could work. That could work. I like you streaming when the children are at school, personally. Well, basically, what I think it would just turn into is it would be like just one longer stream. Like it would be, you know, we'd start around the same time. But instead of ending at 2 p.m. after 4 hours, we'd probably just push on until 5 or 6. Oh, yeah, this was a weird series I tried to do. Meet characters. Look at that. It's that studio. Dutch Vanderland is without a doubt one of the most interesting characters I've I let the beard grow out a little. Not just in video. I had this big TV behind me because I didn't know what to do with it. I replaced it, and so I just had this extra TV laying around. So I mounted it on the wall and used it as like a backdrop piece. It was kind of cool, actually, like being weird. But this thing was in my old college house. My bed is actually right to the right over here. Like this was crammed, and it was so hot. I remember. And this fish, oh, this is funny. This fish you see here, that made it worse. This fish tank, there was a Christmas party we had where we did Secret Santa or White Elephant. I think it was White Elephant. One of the girls came and got a package, invited, like I got the package and that was my present to open, and I opened it and it was a freaking beta fish. She gifted me responsibility. Like she gifted me a living creature and I had to figure out what to do with it. So I had to like go then and spend money on a tank and rocks and pebbles and food and stuff. And like, of course, nobody wanted a fish. So nobody stole the gift back and I had nothing else to do with it. And like, what do you do with a beta fish that you don't need? Like, I don't even know. It was like the most hardcore white elephant present I've ever gotten. Put it in a lake. I guess I could have done that. I don't know. I gave it a little home and it lived for a while. I don't remember what happened to it. Flush it, you maniac. Yeah, I don't remember what happened to it. I don't know when it died. It lived for a while though. It's in a bunch of these videos. But yeah, that was hardcore. It's like her gift to me was making me spend money on stuff I didn't want. How crazy hardcore is that? That's insane. Give it to Kanye. Yeah, no, it's man. But yeah, this series was fun. I tried it and it's just, I don't know, they never really did very well, and there were like the amount of effort that had to go into it on research and like figuring it out. Oh, this sounds like it's gonna be cringe. Should we do this? I bet this is gonna be really cringe. Maybe not, but I think it could be really cringe. I'm braced.
Stupidity. So while we're talking about stupidity, let's talk about video games. Not because
okay, off to a great start. Okay.
video games themselves are stupid, but because a lot of stupid stuff is talked about video games. The culture and the arts is one of the things that broadens our minds, broadens our soul, makes it easier for us to acquire information that we don't like. And so that makes us prepared to understand that the world has things we don't like in them. And sometimes our heroes turn out to be villains, and sometimes the guys we like make big mistakes. And those are things that we have to learn. And all of that takes a big soul. You have to have a big soul to have an open mind. That's the way that works, right? And you hear a lot.
You have to have a big soul to have an open mind. I guess. I hate this kind of frilly language because it doesn't mean anything. Like, you're just saying things that sound great. It's like when you say, oh, in order for the world to become a better place, we have to open our hearts. Okay? Like, what the hell does that mean? You know, it's like when you hear a celebrity singing a song. Michael Jackson did this all the time. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. It's like, okay, but what the hell does heal the world mean? Like, how does that help people in Darfur or with AIDS in Nigeria? Like, what does that actually do to help literally anything? Like, it's just frilly language. But I get it. You know, it's fine. It's artistic language, speaking of the arts. But yeah, it's just a slight diatribe. By the way, everybody, like the stream. Like the stream right now.
A lot of guys, especially on the right.
I see a video game industry that teaches young people to kill.
But you
Oh, wow. Dude, it's got to be so hard living life like that. Like, you just look around every corner and you think that there's just like spooky video game monsters and everything is a ploy to like steal your children away. Like, it's got to be exhausting. It's the same thing with like conspiracy theorists. It's got to be miserable because everything in life is just like further proof that you are a victim and you are the like suffering under some crazy tyrannical dictatorship. Like, it's got to be exhausting.
You hear it on the left too. The left tends to think, oh, the video games are bad because of their content.
This is what it does. It appeals to like the male fantasy.
They're violent, they're manly, they have men in them being men, and they have girls with nice figures, because a lot of young boys play them, so they want to look at girls with nice figures. We adults don't want to look at girls with nice figures. We hate that.
Oh, Lizzo?
Play them, so they want to look at girls with nice figures.
I can't be specific about this, okay? I can't be specific about this. But what I'm going to tell you is that I know someone who, again, no specifics. I'm not going to say anything more, so don't even bother asking. But they had an opportunity to, let's just say, be exposed to Lizzo for an extended period of time, like in real life. Like, meet her. They were around her for a while, like a week or two. Not like every day, but like, you know, they were present. And apparently, she is horrible. Like, evil, manipulative, crazy ass monster. Like, whatever crazy stuff you've heard about celebrities being toxic and horrible and acting like everybody else are their servants, that's her, times 10. I would give examples, but I don't think I can without, like, saying things that might get this person in trouble. But yeah, no, horrible person. Horrible person. Just bad. So, I mean, it doesn't really surprise anybody, because you see her interviewed and she seems a little nasty. And so for me, it's not really shocking, but some people seem to think that she's like super sweet and, you know, go get it, girl. No, she's horrible. Like, horrible.
Hate that. But you know, you get a lot of this stuff that, you know, men shouldn't waste their time playing. On the right, you get this: men shouldn't waste their time playing video games. Men should waste their time telling other men what to do. And I don't agree with any of this stuff. I don't agree with any of it. It always makes me, I love the fact here at the Daily Wire, you know, they're always teasing me about being old because I'm 172 and they're 12. But the funny thing is a lot of them, I listen to their opinions and I think, like, they sound like they're 80 and I have the emotional intelligence of a 14-year-old. Let's start with this. Are video games good or bad? Because
I mean, it is an interesting thing to say that there's Puritan culture. You guys have probably picked up on it with the Hogwarts Legacy stuff, where it's, for whatever reason in our culture right now, it's standard to like go up and try to tell people what they should do morally, ethically, and try to dictate how they live their lives. And if you disagree with me, you're a bad person, right? Like, you've seen it all over Twitter. If you buy Hogwarts Legacy, you're a bad person. It's like, it's a very Puritan way of going through life, trying to dictate moral behaviors. And it's interesting because that Puritan attitude is not a political one. It's something that spans political opinions. It's more of a personality type. And you see it on the far left and on the far right. You see it on the far left with people saying, don't do this because you're supporting J.K. Rowling, blah, blah, blah. And you also see it on the right with people saying, no, you shouldn't play these video games because they teach you to kill, or you shouldn't watch that movie because there's a scene where two people have intercourse and they're not married, or there's a scene with, like, oh my God, I heard somebody talking about Rocket Man, the biopic on Elton John, and there's a scene where, like, straight up Elton John has sex with a dude. Straight up, real talk. Look here, look, listen. And oh my God, hearing like somebody, again, I won't be specific, but somebody I know who, let's just say, is a very good Christian, hearing their reaction to that was quite hilarious, because they went in to see the movie and they thought it was just, I guess they didn't know Elton John was gay, which I don't know how you don't know that, but they went into the movie not expecting that and were horrified. And it was quite funny to hear them tell this story and try to keep a straight face. Dude, it was so funny. But anyway, this Puritan attitude is something that spans multiple political divides, and it's more of an attitude and personality than anything else. So
they come under a lot of flack from both the left and the right. First of all, there's nothing wrong with having some kind of harmless entertainment that you like. I do a lot of puzzles. I love puzzles. I play video games from time to time. Obviously, you don't want that to take away from doing your job or fulfilling your responsibilities as an adult in your family and all those things. But when I was in Afghanistan, when I was embedded with the troops, just before I got there, the day before I got there, in fact, I was supposed to be there a day earlier and I missed my helicopter. The people that I was with, the unit that I was being embedded with, got attacked, came under fire. And I was immediately like, oh, I missed it because I'm an idiot. And so I wanted to put that as part of the story I was writing. And so I went around and interviewed the guys who had come under fire so I could hear their story. And one of the guys was a gunner in one of the Humvees who had been hit. Luckily, thank God, his armor had saved him, so he wasn't hurt. And he was playing, I think it was Call of Duty. He was playing war after getting shot at the day before. He was actually playing a video game. So manly men play video games. Everybody has harmless things that they do to entertain themselves. But it goes beyond that with me. It goes beyond that with me. Recently, we put out a video of me playing God of War, and I was looking at the comments on YouTube, and there were a lot of comments going, he's not really playing that. He's too old. Isn't it nice that such an elderly gentleman could be playing God of War? But, I am the original gamer gangster, right? I was there at the beginning when you guys weren't born, and I was with video games from the beginning and went through their period of greatest development. And it meant a lot to me because I'm an artist and because I care about the way people tell stories and the things that are beautiful. When I was a little kid, I used to love board games and things like that, and puzzles. I still love puzzles. And I used to actually have dreams before I discovered girls. When I was 10 or 11, I would daydream about games that would run themselves. So instead of just playing with figures on a game, the figures would be moved by mechanics.
The Soldier Boy of gaming.
By electricity, which is what we had then instead of what we have now, which is magic. But then we had electricity, and I would have those dreams. And when I first saw the first video game, which was Pong, when I was in college back in the 70s, it was like that scene in 2001. Do you remember the scene in 2001 where the monkeys see the great Earth Stone? That was my reaction to seeing Pong. I thought, oh my God, it is actually happening. And then, my life began, and so I stopped. I wasn't playing Pong all the time, and I missed the development that was going on until one day I was a newspaper reporter in a small county outside of New York City, and we used to gather around the pinball machine and talk about the day's stories. I actually beat Adam Nagurney, who went on to be the New York Times top political reporter. I beat him in a pinball contest and won a gigantic stuffed pink dog, somewhere a picture of me weighing about 40 pounds more than I weigh now and smoking a cigarette with that pink dog exists. And Nagurney was a really sore loser about it, but I beat him fair and square. And so we'd play pinball, and then one day we walked into one of the restaurants in town, and Space Invaders had come out. And for me, again, it was love at first sight. I used to come in there with rolls of quarters until one day I woke up and I had a bump on the back of my wrist. I know I've told this story before. I went to a doctor and I said, what's this bump on the back of my wrist? And the doctor said, have you been making repeated pressing motions lately? And in fact, I had been hitting this button. I was the first person I knew to get Space Invaders wrist, which that very Sunday was in the newspaper because it was an actual phenomenon because everybody was playing Space Invaders.
Tino?
Which is really, really funny. Like, it became a phenomenon they reported because people were starting to injure their wrists because they were playing so many video games that had those repeated motions. It's the same thing. Like, now, look on your hands. Look on your hands. Do you have, I would bet you do, a slight, like, it depends if you're right-handed or left-handed. But basically, if you pick up your phone, you'll notice you probably pick up your phone and kind of keep maybe a pinky underneath it. What you'll notice, depending on how old you are, is that on your pinky, right where that weight sits, you probably have a slight bump, a little protuberance. And what that is a response from your body to that repeated pressure placed on it from you holding your phone there. Your body's like, okay, this is a weird pressure. And so it added, it responded by basically adding some extra padding there to smooth it out. It's weird. Some people have it also if you write like really aggressively and firmly with a pen, really forcing and clamping down on the stylus. Some people have their like writer's bump on their finger. Nikki has a big one like on her ring finger because that's where the pressure sits for her pens. And it's like, yeah, it's basically a callus. It's kind of a fun thing. But this was like the first time people were getting calluses and things from video games, which is just really funny to me. Stephen Folden, thank you. I've been watching clips from the live channel almost all day at work. Thanks for helping me get through my Friday. Awesome. I'm glad I could help my friend. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Hopefully your day's going well. OMG, you learn something new every day. Yeah. Fun little tidbit. Fun little fact. So... yeah, it's funny that he's mentioning this. This is not as controversial as I was hoping it would be. This is just him kind of coming in and saying, yeah, no, I like video games.
Stephen Folden donated $10 through Super Chat. I've been watching clips from the live channel almost all day at work. Thanks for helping me get through my Friday smiley face.
You're very welcome. Hold on. Did you guys ever see, let's see. Oh, what's this? Oh, wait, no, I know what we're going to do. Hold on, I just have to find it. Phil Arms is his name. Phil Arms Gaming. Maybe.
Because it's important for the church to deal with issues as they come to the forefront in society. I said, son, what is that one morning? He said, that's Pokemon. Son, I found out that Pokemon means pocket monster. Pokemon, plural, are incredible creatures that share the world with humans. Each has his own fighting abilities.
Oh, Disco Cobra, thank you. That's most definitely what's up. $20, very generous. Is it going to read it? Oh, did it glitch out? Weird. I don't know what's doing. Okay. Just picked up a copy of Deadspace Remake on PS5, debating getting it on PC as well. Maybe after gifting a copy to my buddy. Are you planning on playing it on stream or doing a video on it possibly? Yes, I will be playing it later in the stream. Basically, I'm just trying to finish this Lego Titanic, and then I'll be jumping on it. So yes, we will be playing it. I have not tried it yet. I don't know what it's like, but I will be trying it on PC. So if you want to see how it runs on PC, I guess stick around. But as for a video on it, I'm not actually sure. We'll see what this weekend holds if something else comes up to make a video on for Monday. I don't know.
Some grow and evolve into even more powerful creatures. The children are developing relationships with all these Pokemon creatures. Little, reclusive, power-filled monsters. But why should they carry these monsters in their pocket? They say the Pokemon...
Maybe I'm just building a memory that doesn't actually exist, but I'm pretty sure I've seen, like, my parents way back in the day watching a sermon very, very similar to this in, like, a Sunday school class they were in for a church that we attended. So I'm pretty sure, like, my family definitely had this attitude towards Pokemon. They always said it was evil, and I never could really explain why. But I think it's because, like, people like this guy were very, very vocal about it and made it kind of standard practice in a lot of American churches, which is weird. But yeah, it's just it's very, very funny. Because you'll start to hear that he starts out pretty mellow, and then it's going to get more and more crazy as it goes on. Yeah, it gets wacky.
Pokemon whole effort is to train children how to become the #1 Pokemon master in the world. You follow it through the New Age teaching, you find out that masters are those who take control of spirits in the dark realm, and they tell those spirits what to do. The child at some point becomes capable of taking these powers and channeling them through their mind, through their arms, or through their power sources.
Okay.
Power sources, of course, are many of the symbols that they pick up from the Pokemon paraphernalia. So Pokemon is a game that teaches children how to enter into the world of witchcraft, how to cast spells, how to use psychic phenomena, how to put to work supernatural powers against their enemies, how to fantasy role play. Pokemon world is a world of the demonic, of the satanic. But while you might not take it quite seriously, I assure you that demons take it quite seriously. Satan takes it quite seriously. Your children need to know there's a devil, and he hates them, and he wants to ruin their life. There was even a couple of reports where children had been stabbed by other children over Pokemon cards. Do you remember the Dungeons and Dragons game of that?
Remember what I was saying about, like, it's got to be exhausting living life like this? Like, they seriously think that this card game is causing children to become possessed by demons to the point where they kill each other over control of these mythical monsters. It's got to be miserable living life like that.
The 80s where children, young people even ended up killing themselves because it was a role-playing game. Our kids are going out in gangs on the street.
Role-playing game. Yeah, talking about the D&D thing. Hold on, where... It was Retro Report. One of my favorite channels from back in the day. Retro Report for the New York Times on... do they still have it? Yeah. This is fascinating. This is the story of why D&D is commonly considered demonic. Really, really well done. Super short, but...
It began as a cult phenomenon, then it caught on. Now a new game is sweeping the country.
You will burn forever and ever in eternal torment. You are no more.
You are.
The role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons debuted in 1974. It became a hit with many adolescents, but critics claimed it was an invitation to devil worship.
The witchcraft, the demonism, the spells.
And worse.
It is not fun and games.
The media set off a satanic panic.
A lot of adults who think it's been connected to a number of suicides and murders.
That connection has been largely debunked.
It's nothing but a witch hunt.
And the game has generated an unexpected legacy.
This was a revolution.
Yeah, whenever you think that, like, oh, the Salem witch trials, that stuff, that's so long ago. We're so much better now. This was like the 80s and 90s. There was a satanic panic in the States because they thought that a board game was causing people to, like, commit horrible crimes, massacres, all of it. They thought Marilyn Manson took over demonically, like the two young men that did and perpetrated Columbine. like unironically thought these things. Like there's a lot of people out there who have no critical faculties at all. And it's amazing. Magic the Gathering as well. Yeah. Well, and like for my family, they would bash Magic the Gathering and not let us play it, but they could never tell you why. It was just, no, we don't play those games. They celebrate magic and sin. It was like, but like how though? How? Like it's just a game with this. You're okay with us watching like the Chronicles of Narnia that has magic and stuff in it. Why is this different? They could never really answer it because they didn't know the answer. They were just told by authority figures that they trusted not to do this thing, so they went along with it, and that's literally all it was. So it really should give you pause to really question how you think about things. Otherwise, you might fall victim to the magic of this insanity.
On a summer day in August 1979, the family of a missing teenager called a Texas investigator named William Deere with some startling information.
Dallas Egbert had disappeared from Michigan State University during the summer session.
James Dallas Egbert III was a 16-year-old sophomore, and his family hired Deere to help find him.
He was a computer nerd, and he had a large amount of hair and carried his little briefcase. I wasn't sure that I was being told exactly what precipitated his disappearance. So I said, well, I guess the best thing we can do is I'll go to Michigan State University and I'll find out for myself exactly what was going on.
What he found when he went to Egbert's dorm room was a shelf of neatly stacked books and something else.
There was a cork board with a series of tacks.
In what might look like a random pattern of thumbtacks, the investigator saw what he thought could be a clue.
This is legitimately what they thought. This is how, like, insane and conspiratorial they started thinking about this.
The shape resembled a building that was part of a network of underground campus steam tunnels, which students told him they sometimes explored.
We set out with maps, and we started going into the tunnels one morning with press everywhere. I entered with the idea that I did not know what I was getting into.
But he had a hunch that it had something to do with a game that was growing in popularity.
This is a quest in a fantasy world of castles and dungeons, monsters and dragons.
Oh.
This world has become real to these people.
To these people. Oh, God, I love it. Well, thank you. Again. Oh, it's going to read it now. Hold on. I'll let it read it.
Stephen Folden donated $20 through Super Chat.
Very generous, thank
Went
you.
to church with a buddy in the summer and the preacher had a whole sermon against the Minions movie, because the devil has minions that do evil doing.
Huh. That's hilarious. Dude, I would love to hear that sermon. You should see if it's recorded somewhere. I would watch that.
It's all part of a game called Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons, also known as D&D, was created by the late Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson in the early 1970s. It was born out of their love for military war games, and they devised scenarios with made-up characters that incorporated their interest in history and fantasy fiction. Gygax said it provided an escape.
All of us at times feel a little inadequate in dealing with the modern world. It would feel much better if we knew that we were a superhero or a mighty wizard.
The game is played in a group, and the guide, or dungeon master,
you enter a very small room,
talks the players through the fictional, sometimes violent adventures they will go on.
And each has an elaborate scoring sheet for his character, with points for wisdom and strength and the like. A throw of these special dice decide the outcome of battles in an intricate scoring system. Nothing is acted out. The real act...
Oh, baby. Disco Cobra, thank you again. 20, very generous. That's most definitely what's up. Thank you. Is it going to read it? Dude, I don't know why it's reading some of them and it's not reading others. That's weird. Okay. I come from a biblical background, so I do tend to believe in the spiritual elements. Some stuff could have some sort of spiritual elements. I remember Marilyn Manson stuff. That is so silly, made no evidence to support it. Yeah, it's just like, what it is that once somebody that you really respect starts throwing something out, specifically like a pastor figure, and they say, this is what's happening. If you doubt them, you're doubting like God's envoy. You're doubting God's messenger to you. And so if you're a good church-going family, you just do what the pastor says. And that's what a lot of these American families did. And it led to some craziness pretty quickly, because there wasn't anything more to it other than just this bland, broad assertion of stuff.
Action is in the mind.
Now you guys are entering.
Oh, some sort of cooldown? Ooh, maybe that.
But some, including Deer, worried that while the action was imaginary, some kids might take it too far.
You're leaving the world of reality into the world of fantasy. It advocated murder, decapitation. And I'm going, this isn't a healthy game. How can it be a healthy game?
That game, and Deer's hunch that Egbert was playing it in the tunnels, made great fodder for headlines. But it was a dead end, and Deer went back to Texas empty-handed.
What I do think is interesting is just how, like, that guy's generation, you know, they had Vietnam. They had some pretty horrible world crises. The generation before him, they had World War II, you know. The idea that children and teenagers specifically should be sheltered from violence and bad things and evil, that's a concept that's pretty new. Because prior to that, all of these families grew up surrounded by that darkness and those things, because you couldn't escape it. It was the global problem, right? Like, yeah, there's World War II going on, can't really escape it, got to deal with it. And so to me, it's just interesting. What it seems like to me is that those people grew up that way and they wanted something better for their kids. So they swung too far the other way, and they just ended up sheltering the crap out of them, and went to the point where, like, they weren't allowed to even talk about things that seemed even moderately dark or violent or anything like that. Yeah, exactly. They were extra sensitive to the dark stuff. Yeah. And I think it came from a good place. I think these people honestly wanted a better life and a better childhood for their kids by sheltering them from this stuff, because they thought that, no, I had to grow up around horrible stuff. I don't want my kids to have to deal with that. And I can respect that. You know, especially as a father, I can really understand that desire to protect your kids from stuff that is dark or is depressing or foreboding, whatever it may be. So I absolutely understand that desire. I get it. There we go.
It wasn't within a day or two that the phone call came in. And I was told where I could find him, that he was still alive. So we flew out, and I'm trying to remember his exact words, but he couldn't really say a lot. And I left it like that.
Egbert was a complicated teenager whose disappearance was never fully explained and who later committed suicide.
There was speculation he was the victim of a campus game called Dungeons and Dragons, but after a month-long nationwide search, he was found unharmed.
Deer fed into the growing suspicions about D&D in
Yeah, basically it's really tragic, but it sounds like he was just a kid that struggled with mental health issues and ran away for a little while. They took it as an opportunity to start tearing into Dungeons and Dragons and stuff, and even though none of it was based in anything, you know, it's just got caught up in it. But isn't it crazy how something as ridiculous as the insanity surrounding this stuff starts with something as mundane as that? It's just baffling. But I'd keep my kids away from Ubisoft games. That shit depressing. Yeah, where's the Puritan push to boycott Ubisoft? That's the real enemy. dude, that's pretty good. D&D was cool until recently. Can somebody explain to me what happened? Because I've heard like the murmurings of the Wizards of the Coast drama and the random crap like that. Somebody was saying Magic the Gathering. I think that was Magic the Gathering specifically, but Magic the Gathering, like they tried to do something where they tried to add cards that were not cool to add. Like something happened. I don't know. Somebody explain it to me if you've heard of it. I'll be back. Look, sounds good, Phil. Okay, we have to attach the two pieces. Okay, hold on. Is this camera better? I really don't know. It's so huge. Oh my god, it's so big. If you need to click away, I understand. What if I go wide angle? What does that look like? Okay, that gives you a good perspective on it. Move the Red Bull. I want to see him drop it so bad. Calm down. Okay, so my understanding is we combine these, then that piece locks in. So you notice also, you can take the engine here, and if you turn the turbine, it actually spins the propeller, which is cool. Okay, so that the engines slide in. Okay. And then to lock it, we have this piece, little pole, that drops straight in. Go down even further. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Then the rope pieces. We have these rope pieces that connect all of this. Is it really? I've got too much slack. Oh. Hold on. Does that actually... Oh, that's cool. It actually tightens it. That's why there's extra slack. Okay, that's pretty badass. Okay, so I'll attach this here. And then I can tighten this to bring it taut. Probably like this. Now these ropes have slack, like a lot of slack. Hold on. Oh, that looks right. I think it just has a little slack in it. I think that's okay. 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 What next? Okay. Okay, I believe that's it for the ship. That's ridiculous. Like, actually ridiculous. And now the only thing left is to make the nameplate. Oh, baby, look at that monstrosity. Wow. Drop it, drop it, drop it. I know that would make for some great content, but I don't want to spend another 3 weeks rebuilding it. Oh, but I'm back. Oh no, you're good. You're good, Phil. You're good, Phil. Oh God. Okay. You guys are willing it into existence so bad. Now the only thing left is to make the little nameplate, which should be quite simple. There it is. See, like, this is one of those other really stupid things. Rocky will put a link in chat. I click on the link. It pulls open a new tab, but the link doesn't work because it's broken, because it injects studio.youtube.com/watch, blah, blah, blah. So to make the link work, I just have to highlight studio dot in front of the youtube.com, delete that, and then the link works fine. But like YouTube's chat is so broken for live streams, they can't even fix that. Like, how insane is that? Oh, this is the breakdown on it?
Gals, me Mutahar, and I didn't even think that I'd be talking about Dungeons and Dragons.
This camera's super out of focus. I'm so OCD with this like production value stuff that this just like kind of hurts. Kind of hurts. How much was that monster, if you don't mind me asking? RS, I'm assuming you mean the Titanic set. The Titanic Lego set, depending on where you are in the world, is probably around $700. And let me be clear, we only got it because we got some very generous donations to the stream that specifically specified we had to spend it on Legos. And I'm not going to tell people no. Unless you're like, okay, here's your drug fund. Like, no, I'm not going to buy drugs with it. But if you come out and you say like, oh, here's this. Like, we had Sean donated $100 for Nikki to go and do something for herself. And she did the most girl thing ever. Just, okay, in chat, guess real quick. What's the most girly thing she could have possibly spent $100 on? What, like, and I said specifically, it's something you, like, only you get to enjoy. It's not something for me. It's not something for Locke. It's something you have to get because you want it and you would not buy it normally. Nails done, spa day, nails, manicure, tampons. Okay, go treat yourself, buy some tampons. No. A Pepsi, shoes, mani-pedi. Like, you'd think chocolate, makeup, a trip to Target, apparently. You're sort of right. She went and decided she was going to spend that money on decorative pillows. I'm not even joking. I was like, what's something like you want, but you've just not been able to justify? And she was like, I kind of want decorative pillows. I was like, okay. Some people, I'm sure, would see that I bought a gigantic Lego set and be like, what is wrong with you? I get it. More power to you. So she went and got decorative pillows, which is just the most girlish thing I've ever heard of in my life. It's so funny to me. Anyway.
Dragons, ladies and gentlemen, but here we are. Now, for the past few days, weeks even, if you will, there's been some rumbling, some drama in the Dungeons and Dragons community, especially regarding people who are wondering what the future of third-party content is in terms of the game. Now, if you haven't known about Dungeons and Dragons, first off, I need you to find how to dig out of the rock you've been living under for the past few decades, because Dungeons and Dragons is one of the biggest tabletop role-playing experiences, period. You might have noticed this book on my desk. It's a book of Cyborg. Now, if you don't know Cyborg, ladies and gentlemen, this is part of the Morkborg tabletop systems. Effectively, it's a cyberpunk role-playing game. The art style is crazy on this, as is the work from these people. But of course, it comes with a set of rules in it that you can use to have a tabletop role-playing experience. Now, I know some people are like, but Muda, what is this tabletop nerdiness? Ladies and gentlemen, one of my earliest forms of gaming was role-playing games, JRPGs. A lot of these games that you play from old-school CRPGs, computer role-playing games, have their frameworks built upon Dungeons and Dragons, built upon those tabletop role-playing experiences. The concept of leveling up, exploring, running through multiple systems to enhance your character's attributes, those are all born and bred in the world of tabletop. Hell, some of the most popular games that I'm looking forward to, like Baldur's Gate 3, are built upon those frameworks of old-school tabletop role.
For real, a lot of these RPGs owe it to D&D. I totally forgot to add those pieces to the engine. The second engine that I built that's in that. So I'm going to have to bring it back over, split it back open, put these pieces on the engine and then close it up, and then we'll be done. Then we'll put the nameplate on it and officially be done with the Titanic, okay? So I've got to make the walk of shame and go get it.
Role-playing games, you know? You pretty much are built upon the role of the...
I did pretty good, though. Come on. It could have been way worse. It could have been way, way worse. Like, that's the one screw-up I've made in this whole production process, okay? So it could have... I'm actually surprised this is the first time I've had to go back and redo something.
All right, you explore, you roleplay, you get the idea. Heck, some of my favorite older games like Elder Scrolls Daggerfall have a lot of basis in old school tabletop roleplay, in how combat works, how actual roleplaying works, how skills work, skill checks work. You get it, okay? Heck, it wasn't only a few years ago that I actually did play 2 role-playing games with friends over online virtual tabletop simulators like Roll20, okay? This is the website I used in order to play a game of Pathfinder. Now, of course, this supports numerous actual like role-playing systems. Dune, Cyberpunk, Fate, Vampire the Masquerade, but of course Dungeons & Dragons is the most important. So what is the actual beef with? Now, if you know Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro, the companies that own Dungeons & Dragons, they've been working on it for a long time. Now, there's 3 licenses, as far as I understand, with D&D. There's the OGL, which is the Open Game License. There's the Content Community Agreement, the CCA, which, as far as I understand, nobody really even needs to use because it's weirdly restrictive. And you've got the FCP, which is the Fan Content Policy, which is mostly for YouTubers or people that are creating content that is supposed to be released for free. You can profit off of it with ads and Patreon and so forth, but it's meant entirely for people who are like content creators on YouTube, people releasing free content out for the world to consume. Now, the OGL, in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is the one thing that people have been using in order to actually create. So the GOATC happened when this open game license got leaked by a reporter at Gizmodo, who basically revealed that they were about to bring some changes to the OGL that was going to restrict people, especially content creators and those that are making money in the third-party sphere. Now, to Eli 5 this, the OGL, for anybody who doesn't know what it entirely is, the open game license effectively allows independent publishers to use a basic amount of the D&D content and their rules for their own projects and products without ever paying royalties to the Wizards of the Coast company. So effectively what this means is they have created a basic framework that anybody can grab and use in their own customized versions. It's kind of like an open source game, if you will, right? The open game license. Think of it like this, okay? Imagine if Epic Games made Unreal Engine completely free. Like, they didn't charge you any royalties. They literally released their development software for free and said, you can use our software, our base game, to create your own projects. You don't have to pay us a dime. You don't have to do anything. The only thing is you cannot use any assets from Fortnite, from Unreal Tournament or Gears of War. If they don't even still own that IP, but you get the point. You can use Unreal Engine to produce your projects. You just can't use their actual IPs. So again, imagine if 20 years later, Epic decided to go, yeah, by the way, we're getting rid of that agreement we gave you in the past, and also you have to start paying us up, and we're going to be, you also have to provide us all the pay stubs and the money you're making every year. We need a thorough view of your accounting before you're ever able to proceed. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the OGL 1.1 is bringing. It's a new document that is actually constricting the people in the third-party sphere. Look, even if Wizards of the Coast never profited from the old OGL by releasing their stuff as a framework for free, to understand that's really important, because what they did was they solidified what Dungeons & Dragons and the rules were going to be. You ever heard of the meme D20? That's not a meme. That's actually a sided die. That's how one of the basic frameworks of the D&D rules work. It's so ingrained in D&D culture and tabletop culture that people are just using it, all right? And some people don't even know where it's from. Dungeons & Dragons and Wizards of the Coast, by releasing their framework for free, where they didn't directly profit off of it, they indirectly profited by creating what is the lingua franca of the entire Dungeons & Dragons world. So again, to now take that back is a wild day indeed. Now, of course, there's a few problems with this. Obviously, with the current OGL, the problem is, according to this leak at least, it seems as though the version, the original OGL, which was a perpetual worldwide non-exclusive license to that D20 system and some of the source material, under the new exact OGL 1.1, it seems like that old license is no longer an authorized agreement, no longer in force, meaning that I guess apparently this could retroactively affect people who have built brands under the original licensing agreement. I don't know how that legally works, but...
I don't think it can. Like, surely they can come in and undo that. Like, 'cause that's super, super sketchy. Super sketchy.
There are a few lawyers on YouTube I'd recommend you watch that can explain this a lot better, who have the actual expertise. I don't see how it could work, but apparently that's a thing. The other reality is they've actually found a way to, I guess, sort of tier the people that are making money under the OGL. So for instance, if you're somebody that makes under $50,000 a year, you apparently fall under like tier 1. Now, to understand, Wizards of the Coast didn't just think of this out of their own rectum. In the past, under different clauses like the game systems license, they were trying to do effectively what they are now, allegedly, in the past. Also, the one thing that I've read too is, given the fact that these are game mechanics, these cannot directly be copyrighted because at least under the United States law, it appears like mathematics isn't technically a creative piece. So you can't actually copyright a math equation, right? Which is effectively how these game mechanics work. They're just math, all right? You're literally just doing the math in your head. You can't copyright that specific mathematics. However, copyright law is incredibly complex and it's an incredible gray area. So if you're actually going to be one of those people that says, screw the license, I'm just going to do what I do, I would highly recommend you have a competent legal team, because you'd be going up against a big company like Wizards of the Coast if you were to choose to challenge them like this head on. So, according to Wizards of the Coast in this actual agreement, Wizards of the Coast is updating the OGL 1.1 and subdividing it into commercial and non-commercial terms. A lot has changed since the old OGL was launched, absolutely. Technically, the old license had some unintended applications we needed to fix. For example, when we released OGL 1.0, YouTube apps, blockchain, crowdfunding, and now everyday technologies and distribution channels didn't exist. What they're actually talking about are PDF files, so like most rulebooks for D&D or custom projects aren't even published anymore. They're just sold as like actual PDF files. Even Cyborg, the actual rulebook I bought, I had to pay Kickstarter in order to get this book myself, simply because this was just a PDF file that was released. You could download it if you wanted for a cheaper price. However, let's get back to it. OGL wasn't intended to fund major competitors, and it wasn't intended to allow people to make D&D apps, videos, or anything other than printed materials for use while gaming. We are updating the OGL in part to make that very clear. So obviously they want a bit of that money too. They didn't intend this to be just an open framework for people, I guess, to grab and use and produce off of. Because if you look at it, some of the largest forks for D&D have been like Pathfinders, like Paizo. Pathfinder, which is what we used, is actually a fork of like 3rd edition Dungeons and Dragons. So it's wild to go in that way. Now, of course, looking at the OGL commercial license for small creators, people who are running these third-party organizations, how is their revenue going to get affected? For most of the community content creators, those making under $750,000 per year in SRD-based content, the OGL commercial changes very little and is primarily designed to help us simply know you better. So apparently in this case, you actually have to submit your payment and all your stubs to them. And you can even read it in one of their payment terms. Royalty payments for a given year are due on or before March 31st. Please pay us on time. Please pay us fully. You must keep complete and accurate records sufficient to complete your compliance with this agreement, including the calculations of amount.
Okay, two things. One. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I know that's... I can't think of the Titanic song. It's something sad, so I only have the song for Jurassic Park. That's what you guys get. But now we did it. We did it. It's done. We made it. Phil, thank you so much. That's very generous. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Phil donated $30.99 through Super Chat. Luke, here's some funds towards your next Lego set, Ghostbusters Ecto 1. It's a great build, smile.
Ghostbusters Ecto 1. I will look it up. If we do that, I will actually need a shelf. I'll need more space because this thing made me move the Hogwarts castle over there. The Pyramid of Giza set is in the display case, but I am officially out of room. It's bad. I'm an addict. I'm an addict. I don't know. Whenever I think of Celine Dion, I think like, it's not even her. It's the "In the arms of the angels, fly away from me," and that's not even her. So like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Near, far, wherever you are. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the song. Oh well, oops. We're too late now. As for the video. Second thing, I kind of get what they're saying. Like, at the time, they didn't have blockchain stuff. They didn't have the security to lock in the royalty stuff for this. I get that. I understand that. But it's just like, you can't just make an agreement with your community and then backtrack immediately. Or not immediately, but after years and years and years. That's just not cool. In class again, Luke. The Last of Us got picked up for season 2. Thoughts? Oh, no, I'm all in. I'm all in. I just finished The Last of Us Part 2 again last night. And oh baby, it's good. So I'm down. I'm all in. We'll see if the broader public feels the same way the gaming community did. But I think most gamers or most HBO fans are going to be pretty chill about it. You can't copyright game rules, apparently.
Shayla donated $4.99 through Super Chat. In class again, Luke, smiley face.
But
TLOU got picked for season 2, thoughts?
Yeah, very excited, very excited. I don't know. I get it. Like, they don't want to be able to let you copyright something like, and then you roll a D20, and then if it's between these numbers, it's damage. If it's between these numbers, it's instant death. If it's between these numbers, they miss. If you could copyright that, that would be screwy. That would be stupid. So I'm glad you can't copyright game rules. You can copyright intellectual property, which is what they're trying to do. But this is like super sketchy. I don't know how this holds up in court. But again, like they're doing this because they're kind of banking on people not challenging them on it. But I don't know, man. This is just super sketchy.
Due for the period of 3 years of each royalty period. A lot of people have said this is insane, but if you were running a company anyways, you would keep this record just for the Internal Revenue Services anyways. So this isn't too crazy for me to read, but again, providing them all those pay stubs so they can keep the accounting on all the third parties is insanely wild to just see out of nowhere. So again, under the OGL, those creators will need to register their commercial content with us so we know what's out there. Please tell us a bit about their products and product sales and start adding a creator product badge to their material so that everyone in the community knows they're publishing under OGL license from Wizards of the Coast. Making Dungeons & Dragons is a labor of love for us, but it's also a business. We, like you, want to keep doing what we love and pushing D&D forward. The open game license was always intended to allow the company to help grow D&D and expand it creatively. It wasn't intended to subsidize major competitors, especially now that PDF, like I said earlier, is by far the most common form of distribution. So moving forward, hugely successful businesses that generate more than 750 grand of annual revenue will also need to share some of that success with us by paying a royalty of 20 to 25% of the qualifying revenue they make in excess of $750,000. So if you make anything after 750K, you're paying them taxes on. Or you're paying a tax to Wizards of the Coast alongside the tax you would have to pay to the US government, the state government, whatever government you're under. And then not only, like that bites into the margins. Think about it like this, okay? A lot of people that are working on these projects.
But yeah, it bites into the margins. But I think the main argument Wizards of the Coast is going to make is that you're selling digital content. So you don't have a unit cost. You don't have dynamic costs with that. You're probably selling through your website, is my understanding. And so once it's produced, you have flat costs other than like maybe advertising and things like that. So they're saying, yeah, you made $750,000. You probably paid your costs for that project. So anything after that would just be pure profit to you, but instead we want 25%.
I can't imagine the margins are so massive for these that they can all afford a 20 to 25% hit. At the end of the day, for ultimately a little bit of money compared to how much Wizards of the Coast actually makes themselves, they're actually stifling any form of growth in these sectors as well too. Like imagine running a company, right? Tomorrow, all of a sudden, the company who initially was telling you, hey, listen, we gave you a license that lets you use this product effectively for free. You build your business and then all of a sudden tomorrow they retroactively go in, rip that clause up and tell you, you now have to give us 20 to 25% of your revenue if you're actually succeeding, which can absolutely bite into growth, right? Like instead of using that 20 to 25% of money that you could have kept and spent money on like expanding your business, paying artists, paying people to like build upon the lore that you're working on. No, now you have to gut it up and pay it over to like to Wizards of the Coast because again, they want to see some of that success too. And is that success really going to change their company? Is it really going to give them an influx of cash versus the bad press they're generating? No, absolutely not. It's wild to see them do this. And allegedly, if they are, remember, this is a leak. All right. So again, they could completely back on this. They could completely renege this. But given what we're seeing right now, this would not be a good OGL for the communities that have been built up. So a lot of people have mentioned companies like Critical Role, which if you don't know, Critical Role, based on the Twitch leaks, was the largest earning Twitch channel. This is a highly produced D&D stream of professional voice actors. And effectively, if you thought Dungeons & Dragons was irrelevant, this is the largest earning stream period on Twitch. I think they almost raked in $10 million in like a year alone. So it's wild to see them. Now, of course, some people have wondered, do they have to pay money to Wizards of the Coast? And honestly, I can't begin to tell you. I feel like their content falls under that, a fan-created content policy, which according to Wizards of the Coast right now, based in 2017 at least, as long as you follow these rules, basically keep your content free, not paywall it. You can have ads according to them. So you can subsidize it with advertisements, donations.
But how does subs work? How would they count subs to that?
Sponsorships. As long as you keep the content free to access for everyone, you're fine. Tell the community it's unofficial. Obviously, don't hurt others. Don't hurt Wizards. No bad stuff. Practice safe sponsorships. Follow the law of the land. Companies like Critical Role, or rather groups like that, fan content creators, are actually going to fall under this. The only problems that are going to arise are the products and the projects that are built that those content creators use to produce content with. Ultimately, in the end, everyone is going to hurt with incredibly restrictive guidelines like this. What's happened now is an entire revolt has kicked on known as #OpenDND. Now, if you haven't been following, they've pretty much wrote an open letter. It's a letter to the open gaming license to the Wizards of the Coast. And of course, here it is. They pretty much have told you that the OGL is a legal framework that allows creators to use the rules and ideas of role-playing games in their own works. Of course, end of an open era. Wizards of the Coast has announced an updated OGL, an attempt to dismantle the entire RPG industry. I don't know if this is entirely completely open yet as the time I'm filming this video. I believe this is still a leak. Of course, hopefully Wizards of the Coast rescinds this, but we don't know. Nothing about the license is opened. It chokes the vibrant community that has flourished under the original license. No matter the creator, it locks everyone into a new contract that restricts their work, makes it mandatory to report their projects and revenues to Wizards of the Coast, and gives Wizards of the Coast the legal right to reproduce and resell the creator's content. Now, this is where, like, it's one of those things where it's legal for them to do, But it's also douchey as hell. If you're already going to pay, you're going to charge people taxes on this anyways. Then you're going to take their fan creations, you're going to reinsert them into your own lineup and just sell them if you want. That is one of the wildest things I've seen. So of course, he even mentioned the 25% tax, which based on their total sales above 750K, not profit by the way, that is total revenue. Again, profit and revenue in a business are totally different things. Sometimes the margins are so small that nobody can afford that 25% cut. That is anti-competitive, monopolistic behavior designed to crush small businesses that collectively employ hundreds of designers, writers, and artists. Under this tax, it becomes impossible for creators to put books on game store shelves or run Kickstarters for large audiences. Remember, even money you make through a Kickstarter is subject to that 750K cap. Furthermore, under the new license, virtual tabletops cannot operate. So again, they can no longer support OGL systems, and the creator can no longer release modules and adventures on popular digital platforms, such as Foundry, Alchemy, or Shard. I wonder if things like Roll20 will eliminate D&D from their pool if this is going to go. Again, why is this super important? It's because if you're a gamer...
Why does he keep calling it a tax? Because there's an inherent bias against institutions that tax you. So saying tax makes it sound much worse than royalty. So, I mean, I think it sucks, so let me be clear. But yeah, no, that's why he's using the word tax, because it's a careful use of words. I would use the same word. Like, yeah, they're the governing body of tabletops and these types of RPGs, and so they're imposing a tax because, there's also, I think, a natural insinuation with tax is that the taxing body doesn't actually deserve the money that they're taxing. It's just because they're in control that they get that tax. Whereas royalties are more earned. Like, yeah, you get a royalty because you deserve that royalty, but yeah, it's your cut of that thing. So even though Wizards of the Coast is trying to call it a royalty, everybody else is calling it a tax because they don't really have most people seem to think that they don't have a fair right to that money. So it's just, yeah, it's scummy. It's scummy. And the only explanation they have is basically that when we made these rules originally, we didn't anticipate there being major problems with piracy, major problems with all this other stuff. So we want to protect all of that. Who is editing this, by the way? I don't actually know. Jacob is doing a secondary thing for work right now. So maybe shoot him a message and see if he wants to tackle it. Otherwise you could jump on it, Rocky, but I'm good either way. Yeah, moral of the story. It takes 20 years to build up a reputation and 5 minutes to tear it down. How does it feel to live long enough to see all the franchises you grew up with go down in flames? This isn't drama, it's straight up hostility towards their customers. What's funny is they expected the D&D community to not scrutinize every inch of this document. Yeah. As a longtime D&D player, this whole situation makes me so pissed, but I'm glad big creators like you and Charlie are speaking up. Let's see. This has spurred on the creation of all new license, the Open RPG Creative License, or ORC for license for short. It is being spearheaded by Paizo, but will be stewarded by a separate legal organization that has no direct stake in the RPG industry or RPG IPs. They wanted to find an NPO to take over control of it in the meantime, so it can be run like something along the lines of Linux Foundation. A whole bunch of companies are already on board with switching over to this new license and the rule systems that will be covered by it. Okay. Like, I'll be completely real. I don't really understand like 95% of this. But my understanding is that Wizards of the Coast are trying to go back and renege on an agreement that they made years and years ago that entire companies have been formed around. And they're doing that because they want to basically take a bigger cut. And that's just scummy. It's just scummy. So that's what it seems like to me. Yeah, Paizo sales for us this month have just skyrocketed. Okay. I don't know who they are. I don't recognize that. Jacob's here? Okay, I wasn't sure if he was out working. I'm good at it. Oh, hey, hi, Jacob. Good to see you. Exactly what it is. Yeah, bon appetit to me. They made the Pathfinder games. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, something really slimy about it. Really slimy. Okay. Let's try Dead Space remake, shouldn't we? Shall we? Let's shall. Na 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 na. Getting a cup of tea. Dilly dilly. Isn't it? You know, it's building the shaders. Callisto Protocol, take note. Game ranks update. Okay, what is this? Hold on. While it's building shaders. It's doing its bits and bops. Bits and bops. Da 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 da. Do do do. Oh yeah, did you guys see that Forspoken's getting review bombed? I'm surprised it came like a day after. But yeah, who gives a crap about user scores? Like nobody should. Nobody should. I don't really get why anybody's paying attention to that, but game ranks updates. Oh, Atomic Heart PC requirements revealed. There's plenty for gamers to look forward to in February, with a number of exciting titles slated to launch. The one a lot of us are really excited for, Atomic Heart, just revealed some PC specs. Okay, minimum. Ryzen 5 1600, Intel Core i5. Okay. AVX, AVX2, and SSE 4.2 support required. I don't know what that means, so somebody will have to explain that to me. But i5 and Ryzen 5, those are kind of mid-tier processors. I don't think anybody's trying to game with new AAA releases on like i3 equivalent hardware, so this seems fair for a minimum. Ryzen or AMD Radeon R9 3080, not 3080, 380 4 gig or GTX 4 or 960. I can't read, Jesus. Okay. The 960 series is what? That's got to be 5 going on 6 years old, I think. That's older hardware. That's older hardware. What is this? AVX. Advanced Vector Extensions. Extensions to the x86 instruction set architecture for microprocessors from Intel and AMD. Okay. So it looks like these things became standard in like 2011. Or 2013, actually. Okay. So pretty normal. Okay. That's not crazy. So that's not bad. Minimum's pretty standard. 90 gig storage space based on the size of the game and what we've seen. That seems about right. And 8 gigs of RAM. Okay, for minimum. I think that's fair. Atomic Heart recommended. They're saying this. I don't think they say what this will run on. Like what resolution? Let's see. Standard editions. Yeah, they don't say what this will achieve. Like, is this going to be 4K 60? Or like, what are these resolutions targeting? They don't really say. But with this, Intel Core i7 7700K, this is the CPO in the streaming PC that's making this whole thing run, right? So that's kind of cool. But that CPU, I think, is from 2017. I got it new, I think, in 2017. So it's been a minute. So it's kind of interesting that their recommended stuff is years old. Yeah, I had the 1070 in the streaming PC. Again, I think it was a 2017 build, and their recommended is a 1080. So that's interesting to me. Like, the recommended specs are actually quite low. Now that might be, we don't know specifics. That might be 1080p on like medium. They don't really say. So I don't really know what to make of this. But at the very least, it's far better than, say, Forspoken, which Forspoken, from the first peak of tech specs, looked really hyper demanding. Hyper demanding. These are really strangely low. Yeah, my guess is these are recommended settings for like 1080p. That's what I'm guessing. Seems like normally that's the case. Okay, menu narration, no. Difficulty, medium, yeah, sure. Show content warning. Oh, like, could be disturbing. Who cares? More settings, graphics, display, okay, motion blur, dynamic resolution scale, DLSS is turned on by default. Video options, full screen, 144 hertz, 4K. Okay, I guess let's just take a peek. Turn the controller on. Speaking of computer talk, is it cheaper to buy a 4K monitor or LCD in roughly the same size? I mean, you can get a 4K LCD. Do you mean like OLED monitor in the same size? I don't know, or roughly in the same size. I'm not sure. Oh, OLED monitor. Yeah, OLED monitor. Oh, geez, that just disappears instantly. Yeah, here I can see it. The stream, you can barely see it, but I see it pretty clearly. Here it completely disappears for me. Same on the stream. So probably need to play like that. I think that's the middle ground between all of it. Yeah, usually OLED monitors are going to be more, but I think most OLED monitors now, because they're more, are also going to be 4K. But a good OLED monitor, I mean, it'll blow your freaking mind. It'll be so much better than anything else you've used. It's ridiculous. Here we go.
Isaac, it's me. Oh, I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I just wish I could talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. Strange. Such a little thing.
That's her? Nicole?
Yeah. First deferred from her in weeks.
We're 5 minutes out. You still got that thing on.
Crap, sorry. Sorry, my fat fingers hit the Windows key. And now my mouse is frozen. There we go. Okay, pin this on FPS. Okay. Sounds good, Rocky.
Guess you really miss her.
Fishermer is not a job you turn down, but 6 months apart with only vid calls. It's rough. Easy to say the wrong thing.
I don't blame you. I'd listen to my girlfriend over Hammond reciting security protocols.
Forewarned is forearmed, Miss Davis.
So you keep saying.
Here we go. Nice clean re-entry. Welcome to Aegis 7.
Imagine 6 months staring at that chunk of rock.
To an independent miner, that's paradise. Aegis 7 is one of the richest finds in CEC history. Some prospecting team set up for life. Now, where is she?
There. Confirming visual contact with USG Ishimura.
What a beauty. Biggest planet cracker in her class, you know. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Why is it so dark? We should be able to see her running lights.
Yeah. I'll get us into hailing range. Someone's got to be waiting up for us.
Just be careful on the approach. I'm not taking any chances with the CEC's pride and joy.
No chances, huh? Is that why you were digging into my personnel files before we left?
You track your file access?
I'm a computer analyst.
Yeah.
Comes with the job.
I ran standard CEC background checks, Miss Daniels. If you want to work in the big leagues, you have to play ball.
Sir, we're in hailing range. USG Ishimura, this is the emergency maintenance team of the USG Kellyan responding to your distress call. Come in, Ishimura. Ishimura, do you copy? Come in. This is the USG Kellyan.
You ever hear of a full communications blackout on one of these things?
Never. Come on. Someone pick up the damn phone.
What the hell is that?
Sounds like their communication array is busted. Maybe a broken encoder. Daniels and I can handle it in 48 hours, max.
Hey, that gives you plenty of time to catch up with Nicole.
Yeah, I hope so.
Jen, Johnson, take us in.
Gravity tethers engaged. Automated docking. Let's go.
We're losing control.
Tether malfunction. Fuck! We're off course!
Daniel!
Guidance system override isn't responding.
Shit, we're coming in too hot. It's gonna smash us into the hull.
Jen, aim for that emergency stabilizer. There, the blue light. It might slow us down.
Got it.
Oops.
Everyone okay?
I'm good.
I'll live. Hey, Johnston, all right?
It's my ankle. Might be broken.
Shit. But better than a broken neck. Or worse. Good call on the
A
stabilizer.
broken heart.
Gotta always read the manual.
What the fuck's going on with flight control? That guidance system's a death trap.
Better add it to your repair list. Jen, what's our damage?
Comms are down. We lost a port booster. Got a fire in one of the stabilizers and... Singularity core's a mess. Could be worse, but not by much.
Then let's get some help. Johnston, stay with the Kellyan. We'll send a medic. Everyone else, with me.
There we go.
Stand clear.
Crap, it came down hard.
Not a great start to our repair mission.
Pulse rifles?
Standard procedure, Miss Daniels. We'll register them in the flight lounge.
Yeah, so you can see some of the artifacting from
Where's everybody?
DLSS.
Half the ship must have heard that landing.
Like right there on the bridge. The reflection.
What? You're off to buy the first round.
It's like a little weird. But all told, I mean, the game's running really well. This is on a 3080 for the record.
Nobody.
Are you using DualSense or on a PC? I'm on a PC. Should I use the DualSense Edge? Should I do that too? Does it have... It probably has support for DualSense, I would imagine. But yeah, this is on a 3080. It seems to be going pretty good. Did they say... Is this made in... Unreal Engine? Is this an Unreal Engine remake? I didn't pay attention to the load screen. What's artifacting? Artifacting is like when a system graphically usually is when we'll use the word artifacting. But it's when a system is not working quite right. Uh-oh. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Huh. But it's when like it's frostbite. Okay. It's when something isn't working quite right. So like in the distance, if you see like upscaling not working right and it looks super gritty, then that would be an artifact. Here you'll see like in these grates, things that are really hard for DLSS to figure out what to do with. There might be some artifacting, or like we saw back here, there was like the reflections on the ground right there where that's not really reflecting properly. So we'd call that an artifact of the system not working properly. And you see how it's kind of blurry as we move over it. It's kind of freaking out a little. That's what we'd call it. If we go into graphic settings, we can turn off DLSS, and I'll show you what it runs like natively. Whoop. TAA. Yep. Wait for it to catch up. Four frames a second. Okay, so that maybe DLSS is required. Yeah, you can't use or define the word artifacts by using the word artifact. Yeah, so I think TAA does not doesn't look to be a reasonable bet. Oh. Let's go high, and then for DLSS, I'm going to go quality. Yeah, the menus are like borderline broken. They make the game just fall apart. I don't know why the menus run at 4 frames a second. That's weird. Yep. Just busy looking at stuff. So that took us up about 15 frames going to high. So it must have been trying to run on ultra or something.
May as well get signed in.
Yeah, the texture work is way better, and it's so nice to play this at like not 400p. Like, we tried playing this on the Series S, and it ran okay, the original one. But the frame rate's just super, or the resolution's super low.
Collect kinesis and stasis modules from Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple. Location? Error. Employee not found.
Rude.
I can't reach security.
Same for the chief engineer. What is wrong with their comms?
I remember this room. Stuff's about to go down. The lighting is great. Look at that. Yeah, that lighting is Gucci. You can kick the cups. The trash on the ground.
Someone left in a hurry.
Can you kick the paper? I don't think so. I miss those old NVIDIA like feature sets, like in those Arkham games where you could kick the papers around and stuff. I wish they did stuff like that nowadays. But they haven't done it in a long time.
That security console's still working. Isaac, get a damage report. I'm done playing around.
Okay. Yes, Poppy. I mean, sir.
Something on the floor here. Seth?
Isaac, I need that damage report.
Is that blood? Sure looks like it. Sure looks like it.
Oh God, that smell.
What have you got, Isaac?
Shit. It's not just comms or the guidance system. Half the Ishimura's in the red. Engines, hull, the trams.
Even the swimming pool.
Okay, that is the power. Ventilation's up. Power to the elevator should be.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Another malfunction?
No.
Uh-oh.
The quarantine systems are all fine.
Uh-oh.
Wait, do you hear that?
Uh-oh.
Take it easy. Daniels, get those elevators running.
There's something in here.
Up there! Oh, God!
Daniels, get the doors open!
Get out of there!
Hands on the doors!
Well, the blood effect looks great on him. What's stomp now? Have I not learned how to stomp? Okay. Look, I just shit my pants at the bus station. Is Dead Space and Callisto Protocol more thriller games than horror? Like, is it actually scary or is it more suspenseful? Never played any of them. I mean, Callisto Protocol I would say is thriller. I would not say that's horror. And a lot of that is because Callisto Protocol very rarely does like jump scares and things that actually scare you, like a horror game tends to do. Dead Space I'd say is much closer to horror than that game is, in a good way. There we go. Okay, there's the swing. Where's the stomp? How do I stomp? Do I just not stomp anymore? No, it's just right trigger. Okay. Okay. I mean, already, you guys remember the last time we tried to play this and we ran into all those problems where we couldn't actually move through the doorway? Because, like, VSync was turned on or something?
Security request retrieved.
It didn't die. We shot that fucker right between the eyes and it didn't die. Smith had to shoot its fucking arms.
Oh, so that's what you're supposed to do. Uh-oh, Spadudios. Hello? Okay, we're good. Time to chill. Let's drink some coffee.
Oh my god, Isaac. You made it.
They're everywhere.
This is always weird, because they're standing right there.
Gone. Nothing I can do. What the fuck are these things?
The ones I saw.
They're Jersey Shore fans. I don't know what we can do.
How the hell can they be the crew? Look at them.
We need to get to the bridge. There's 1,000 people on board. Someone will be there.
We can't. The tram system's wrecked. Everything's locked down because of the quarantine.
And you're both repair techs. So how do we do this?
Well,
There's a broken tram car blocking
it's
the tunnel.
Snooki.
It's gridlocked the system.
It's Snooki and Kim K. They're taking over the ship.
Get a spare from the maintenance bay. But it's all on Isaac's side of the quarantine.
I'll handle it. Just make sure there's power to the repair systems.
And Isaac.
Yeah?
I'm sure Nicole's okay. She's a doctor, right? She'll do the smart thing.
Yeah. Yeah, she always does. Find somewhere safe. I'll be back soon.
Okay. So one of the things people are really hoping with this game is that this is sort of a return, or maybe it's, I don't know if they ever were there, but maybe this is the start of a new chapter for EA. Maybe this is the time that they start to really get their crap together and they stop with the garbage and start focusing up on quality single player experiences. Because you guys will, maybe you remember, there was a period, I think it was before the pandemic. It was probably like 2019. Right around the time of Jedi Fallen Order, which I don't think was a coincidence, where Andrew Wilson, the CEO of EA, came out and said, we're going to reevaluate. We think single player experiences are here to stay and we want to chase those. And if you think about it, if they actually were committed at that time to single player experiences, we would only really see that now, 3-4 years later. So it actually makes sense that if Fallen Order did really, really well and they're like, okay, well, we want more of that, then we would only really be seeing the perks of that now after they've had time to work on it. So, I mean, this, realistically could be the start of their new approach. Is it actually dead? Nope. Okay. So yeah, they reworked some of this. All of this is different. Save station, okay. State Kraken, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you. Makes what Bioware might do with Dragon Age interesting. Yeah, it's just, it's really easy for us to be like, no, these companies suck, because they'll say something, and then like the next month they'll release something that seems to go directly against it. But it's like, I heard a really interesting, it was a panel interview of Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos, he was talking kind of about his routine and how he handles stuff. And he was like, yeah, I am a firm believer in not having serious, like very, very important meetings in the afternoon. People are just not that interested. They're thinking about what they're doing with their families at home that night. They're thinking about dinner. They're thinking about leaving. So put the unimportant tasks at night, or in the afternoon. But he says at 10 a.m. is when I have my really, really important meetings. Because as an executive, my job is to come up with high quality decisions. But realistically, probably like 5 to 10 really important decisions a day that have like broad impact, oh God, on the company, the employees. Oh my God. There we go. Health pack. There we go. And I think that that's true. You know, a high tier executive really only has to nail it once or like 5 times a day. Really good decisions that have a strong impact. And for EA, like if they come out and they say, oh, our commitment is to make single player games moving forward, focus on those, and really prioritize high quality gaming experiences. Oh God, he's sprinting. Wow, not my proudest moment. We would only see that well after the fact. After years of development, you know? Because that was the thing that Jeff Bezos said. He's like, the board of directors really is not that involved with the day-to-day. Like, when quarterly results come out that are good, that's not on the executives that day. Like, the executives made decisions 3-4 years ago that led to that decision going well and led to a good quarter. But it's not like their actions on a day-to-day basis affect the day-to-day performance of the business. That's what the lower tier managers are for. So for the executives 3-4 years ago saying what they want to do in the future, that's how you figure out what things are going to look like now. I was already here. Oops. I just went in a big circle. Okay, back down, I guess. What the hell? Okay, maybe I didn't clear him out. But yeah, if you really want to know what these game publishers are going to be doing, you just have to look at what they said a few years ago. That's not good. Is the Iron Man game confirmed to be open world? Because it'll be fun. I don't know if they confirmed that. I know they said they're working on an Iron Man game, but I don't know if they've given any specifics about it. Yeah, it is very, very dark. Replace the damaged tram. Okay. Then this elevator. So, I don't know. No open world. I don't know. Whenever I hear about games with characters that have like heavy movement and they don't have open worlds, I get a little nervous. Not because every game has to be an open world to be good, but simply because like it starts to feel really empty and hollow if you can't do something you feel like you should be able to do. You know, like if you play a Superman game and you can't leave Metropolis. Oh, I thought I broke his leg. Oh no, behind me. You know, that would feel, I think, disingenuous. It wouldn't feel right. Because it's like I'm freaking Superman. I should be able to go wherever I want. Fly around the world, do whatever. But you can't. Not because there's a good reason you can't. You just can't. You mean like Forspoken? Yeah, Forspoken, though, it's just... That game is so weird because it really doesn't know what it wants to be. And that's the weirder bit about it. Like, it really just is trying to be a lackluster open-world RPG. And then it's also... It's just going to lead me in the wrong way, probably. There we go. It's like trying to do the open world thing with parkour stuff, but then it also wants to be like kind of a silly, fun, I guess you could call it, let me unlock this door then. They thought that their protagonist was funny and was engaging, and she's just really, really not. And somehow nobody told them. Like, they somehow did not realize that. Like, surely they had focus testers during the game's development that told them it wasn't working, right? Like, surely somebody told them that. Maybe they just didn't care. It's taking me all the way back. I got sidetracked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oops. Is the monitoring software used by MSI Afterburner or MSI? Okay. Is the monitoring software used MSI Afterburner or that software? Is that? Yeah, that's what it is. Honestly, I don't think Dire Man game will ever see the light of day. It seems weird that they're greenlighting it now. Like, if they greenlit it back in 2016, got it out, like, around the time of say, Endgame, then I get it. But it seems like you're showing up a day late and $1 short. So I don't know what they're thinking of greenlighting it now. Oh, God. Oh, God. What's happening? What's happening? We're dropped down to 16 frames. What? Okay, now... Huh. This whole stream, people have been like, it actually runs really, really well. And it's running good. I wouldn't say it's running great. Like, that was weird. And there really was no reason. It's the moment I started picking up this stasis ability, it started freaking out. That's weird. Yeah, that wasn't micro stutter. That was macro stutter. That was a lot. Huh. I guess after Spider-Man PS4, Marvel realized that games tied to movies can do well, so that could be why an Iron Man game recently got greenlit. I could see that. Yeah, I guess that's a possibility. Oh, God. It's just weird. Like, it'd be like greenlighting a big budget Game of Thrones game right now. Like, okay, it might do well, but if you had done it a few years ago, it definitely would have done well. It's just weird. But I mean, again, it's a great example of what happens when executives are a little behind the curve. Because if those executives had greenlit that back before it was a worldwide phenomenon, and before it flopped, the ending flopped, they would have been fine. They would have made a ton of money. But because they were overly cautious and didn't want to take the risk, they didn't greenlight it, and so they missed the boat. You know, it's really, really easy to make fun of executives because, of course, they make ridiculous amounts of money for a seemingly very easy job. But the whole premise of everything they're doing... Oh, God. What are you doing? He just stood next to me. That was weird. But basically they're hired to make a few really high quality decisions and that's it. And for people working like 9-to-5 jobs, I didn't freeze it for some reason. You know, that can be a little kind of insulting. Like, oh, so you go into the office late, you leave right on time, and you only have to make a few decisions in the day and you make hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, screw you, man. And I totally understand that sentiment. Because it does very much come off as... Nope. Oh, God. Heh. Luke, did they put out the day one patch for PC? I believe so. Before the stream started, I fully updated everything, fresh download. So I don't really know why we're having these problems. This PC is also kind of like a supercomputer. It really should not be having problems like this. Specifically the CPU, but I did run into an issue. I think it was the Dolphin emulator that struggled with AMD processors. So, I don't know. Maybe that's my issue. NVIDIA drivers updated? Yep. Once you get over the initial, like, fear of just how weird these monsters are, it's not actually that. That terrifying. You get kind of used to it. They become kind of cute. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Remember we tried to play this on hard and it was a mistake? It was miserable. Why'd you do that to yourself? Some games I really do think are better played on hard because I think it forces you to use all of the mechanisms and mechanics and stuff. Like The Witcher 3, I always say is best on hard. But this... I think you just hate yourself if you're playing this on hard. Like, I don't know why you would do that to yourself. Like, what did you do to deserve that punishment? That's just... Who hurt you? This game's definitely best on hard, you maniac. I see you! I see you. Do they just straight up not have the mini-map thing? Hold on. No, it is here. Map. Okay. Recenter, change floor. Oh, but this is way better. Look at that. For those of you who didn't play the original, oh my god, the map in the original was unusable. This is great. This is way better. I like this a lot more. Is there a trophy for hard difficulty? Oh, I wonder. I hate the map designer at EA. It's probably like a team of 20 people. They seem like a company that overhires. It's like, have you guys seen those TikToks of the employees at like Google and Facebook and stuff? Or sorry, Meta. And you see their day-to-day. And it's just hilarious because it's like the most spoiled brat lifestyle ever. Half their day is like going to get coffee. The Jedi Fallen Order map was horrendous. Yeah, it was unusable. I mean, what? I shouldn't say that. It was usable. I just played that recently, and it was very good. But it was way worse than it should have been. Okay. Isn't there a shop in here? I thought there was. Maybe not. Okay, well. Save slot. The Mass Effect trilogy had the same thing. Yeah, it's like, I don't know why they struggle with it so much. And I feel like that's something focus testers would tell them. Like, hey, we're playing an early build of this game, and this thing sucks. Can we please fix the map? Please. And then after like multiple releases, you'd think that they would finally figure it out, but no. Makes me wonder if it's like a weird engine issue. Like, does the engine not support better maps? I don't know. Okay, be honest, Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights, I could see like... Weirdly enough, I'm kind of surprised that like Caleb, Iron Cyclops, I'm surprised he doesn't like it. Because it seems like the kind of sort of, for lack of a better term, sort of crappy game that he really likes. He just likes weird stuff. And stuff normally people don't like, he really likes. But he didn't enjoy it because it was buggy and that was frustrating. For me, it's just a pretty lackluster, like half open world game. And like, I want to like it. And honestly, it's like, I didn't have a miserable time playing it. Like Forspoken, I would greatly prefer to play anything else. Like I would rather play Shadow of War. But with that, I mean, like Gotham Knights, I think is fine. Like it's probably a solid 6.5 out of 10. Like it's passing, but barely. Like, yeah, I guess you can charge 60, 70 bucks for this. I don't think it's worth that, but you can. I don't think you're outrageous for doing that. And some people will pay that. Whereas like Forspoken, nobody should pay $70 for that game. Shadow of War was underrated. It was just caught up in all the crap that was the like loot box craze. I'm gonna get it legally. Yeah, it's too bad. I maybe we'll go back and we'll play Shadow of War again. Maybe I've been too mean. I don't know. The main story is just asinine. It's so hard to get through the main story in that. Oh yeah, Sophie, thank you. I'm glad you found that funny. The first draft that Jacob sent back, he had cut out the bit of me sitting on the floor, and the fade to black was pretty quick. It was like fade, fade. And I was like, no. We sent it back at like 1 a.m. I sent him a message. I was like, I know everything else in the video is great, but we've got to tweak this one thing. We need the fade to black to be longer, because it'll just be funny. I've been bashing fade to blacks the whole video, and then you go and we do a fade to black. And then I'll just be in the corner like devastated, because it really was like, I really wanted to come back at later in that video and be like, actually guys, it gets way better. It's just got a horrible first 3 hours, but it just didn't. It just stays bad. What do you guys think? Plasma cutter or suit? What's the play? I don't remember what you guys told me is the play last time, so I'll rely on you to walk me through it today. Because like the suit will withstand like more hits. The damage though for the plasma cutter I think could be really, really useful. You think the suit upgrades are worth it? My super advice for now is 1 in plasma. Plasma suit, plasma, plasma. Plasma cutter, plasma suit. Because, like, if we select this, then we can increase damage, and that's it. The suit, we can increase HP. Does it matter? Probably not. I mean, we're not playing on hard right now, so it probably doesn't matter. Trust me on this. They're not as easy. My super advice for now is 1 in plasma. So they start to get way harder to cut down, is what you're saying. Okay. If you've played it, I'll trust you. We don't mess around here. Okay. Voila. Another node. Nice. A text log. And was that something? Yes, it was. Okay. Ooh. Sup, bitch? Sucks to suck. Let's see. Do you do express or custom for driver updates? Custom's a lot better. Yeah, usually what I'll do, because this PC is kind of filled to the brim with stuff after a few years of using it, I will do clean installs. But usually I'll wait like an extra day before doing that. Just to make sure that the driver doesn't have any like well-known major issues that would require it to be like uninstalled. Because clean installs you can't really go back from quickly. Can't really do it. The textures in the original hold up surprisingly well. Yeah, dude, when we played it, I was actually really surprised. The only, like... Oh, God. I tried to use my stasis thing, and it did not work. But yeah, I was surprised. Other than resolution, I thought it held up very well. Oh, that's not how ladders work. Well, there might be something in that. Nodes. How did I miss that before? This game isn't as scary as reality. Imagine if you just had to fight a big student debt monster. Oh no, it's the student loan monster! Run! That actually would be pretty funny.
Data board reinstalled.
I'd play that game.
System restart complete. Maintenance complete. Calling tram.
It's clear.
Now arriving at flight deck tram control.
There we go. Is there a stasis refill thing here? No, the saving. Oh.
We're on board. Something hit the roof, but it seems operational.
Quarantine lockdown's lifted.
That's
so
not
we can
good.
get to the hangar. Comms are still down though, so be ready for anything.
What's the plan?
You and Johnston fix up the Kellyan. We report to the bridge. Standard emergency protocol.
What? Protocol? Hammond, people are dying here.
And I'm not losing anyone else. We stick to procedure. We'll get through this.
We'll see.
Run! Look, if you had the choice, what game would you like to get remade? I think... The Saboteur could be really good. I think a remake of LA Noire would also be really good. I would personally really like a remake of LA Noire. So if I had to pick one, I'd probably say LA Noire. I think that's what I'd go with. You choose Morrowind? I could say that, yeah. I think that's fair. AC1, please. I don't know, AC1 though, I don't know if you can just like remake that and make it live up, like, because AC2 was just on another level. Maybe even remake AC2 with like modern Ubisoft graphics. I could be down for that. I know there's a monster out there, but I need my bits and bops. Oh! Sound like he's behind me? Yep.
Isaac, we made it to the bridge. There's no survivors.
No!
Davis is trying to get into the command computer.
Totally didn't see that coming. Totally no idea. What if publishers push for new games? Okay. I agree. New games would be great. Currently, like the remake meta, I don't like. I like it. It's a good way to scratch nostalgic itches, you know. I would like it if they would just do like a Dead Space 4 that kicks ass. That would be great. But I don't know. I really think what a lot of it is that these executives think if there's a new title, we get to go crazy with whatever weird profit boosting monetization stuff we want to try. But remakes, they're like, well, that game already came out, so we'll just do that and play that safe. And so the remakes end up doing really, really well, and all of their other stuff does poorly. And so they're like, oh, well, so the remakes are reviewed well. We like being reviewed well, so we'll just make more of those remakes. And for some reason, they don't connect the two pieces. Where it's like, yeah, it's successful because you're not doing the same crap that you try to do with those new releases. It's pretty straightforward. And it's like EA, it wasn't Andrew Wilson, it was one of their like chief financial officers or somebody. They said that they were really happy with the success of Jedi Fallen Order, which I'm sure, of course, they were. I mean, it did very, very well and is well reviewed and all of this. And they basically said, we think it's a testament to the power of the Star Wars franchise. And I was like, yeah, but also it's powerful, like, because it's a good game. Like, it's just a good game as well. Yeah, Star Wars is like the theme of it, and it's a Star Wars game, but it's also well reviewed because it's just a good game. It's not actually that complicated. But they think like, well, if we only had more Star Wars games, then we'd be successful. And it's like, if you just made more good games, it would be successful. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Like, it can be simpler. It's just funny because I was like, guys, it's flying right over your heads. It's right there. Starfield release date leak on Steam. Oh, like the Steam page shows a release date? If it's December 31st, I'm going to make fun of you, okay? Just a heads up. Because I get messages like once a week from people being like, this game that's coming says it's coming on December 31st. And it's like, that's a placeholder. That's not a leak. March 23rd. Do you have a link to an article or a screenshot or anything? I just pulled it up and it just says coming soon. Are people freaking out on Twitter or something? Also, what do you guys think of the tighter angle for the main cam versus the wide angle? Because I know some people have strong preferences, but I want to know if any of you guys have actually noticed the swap. Are there any preferences at all? You like it wide. Oh, you guys like it wide. Well, let me pull up. Come on. By the way, the new PC comes later. Actually, probably early next week. The new PC will be here. Just a second. My mouse is not. There we go. Okay. Now from here, go over here. What's a good example here? We can do this. Was it this frame? No, it's the other one. Hold on. I'm trying to find a clip where I have the wide angle so I can show you the comparison. Nope. Hold on. Please hold. Just a moment. Oh, this is it. This is an old stream. This is one from like last week. Yeah, a week ago. So this is the wide angle. This is the wide angle. Okay. Wide angle. You see how much you can see? You can basically see to the like the case over on my left with the Lego pyramid, and you can see Hogwarts in the background and see the PC on my right. And then this is the tighter frame with the super silky like depth of field, but a little different. So again, boop, wide angle, tight angle, wide angle, tight angle. I'm going to put a poll in chat. I want to know what you think. You just answer wide, or tight. Okay. And whichever you select, I need you to say it out loud wherever you are. Wide or tight. Okay. Wide, because that's how I like it. You dirty devil, you. You dirty, filthy devil, you. Keep that shit tight. Well, right now I moved the my chai coffee thing is there. But I moved the wide angle lens over here, mainly because I wanted the option to zoom in on the Legos. But now we're done with the Legos, so the wide angle lens can go wherever. You don't like it tight? Okay, right. Show me the ultra wide. I did have for a few hours an ultra wide lens that was like 12 millimeter. So 12 meter lens, Sony. Let me see if I can find it. Rokinon 12 millimeter. This is the lens I tried, and it was straight up like stupid. Okay, just look how wide this angle is. Like, if I put it on this camera, on the key camera, you would be able to see like the window on the side of the wall, and you'd see everything, the lights. It's ridiculous.
Is the Leiwa 12 millimeter lens, and there are 5 things that will just blow your mind when it comes to the specs on this. Number 1, okay. Let's go from 28 millimeters.
So 28, this angle, this right here is 35. Okay, this is 24. So I can actually set this to 28. Okay, so this is 28 millimeters. Okay, so that's what this angle is here that he's at right now. And he's about to set it to the 12. And you're about to see just how ridiculously fish-eyed this angle is, okay? You ready?
To 12 millimeters. And this is what 12 millimeters looks like on a full frame camera. And this is just insane to me. And you might be looking at this image thinking, wow, that looks really wide, but what's so special about it? There are several things, and one is I'm reaching out, I'm touching the lens right now, and this lens has such low distortion that it just messes with your brain. I think we're so used to seeing serious distortion on really wide lenses on full frame cameras that this lens just doesn't really impress until you do something like this. And you see that my hand is not warping out crazy. I'm keeping it up and down, and it's pretty straight. And the next crazy thing about this lens,
pretty straight. I'll buy one right now. I need to flex. See, everybody who thought it was weird I did musical theater in high school, no. I have a super straight lens. Oh, God. Who's at my front door? No one. It's a car. Okay. So I don't know. I like wide angles. Wide angle lenses. I mean, right now I can swap these lenses out, okay? I'm going to do something you're not really supposed to do. You're supposed to turn the cameras off, swap lenses. I don't care. These are used lenses, used cameras. Sue me. Okay? It's about to be very bright. Okay? And new lens going on. Hold on. Take off the polarizing filter. And because this angle, or this lens, has a much higher f-stop, I have to really crank the ISO to get it to work. But then, it's a little much. But then, voila, wide angle. Isn't that nice? Hot swap. And then this angle is like super bright now because everything was cranked for that. So, see how messy my cables are? Do you guys see that? Look how insane that is. It's ridiculous. I don't know where I get off doing that. Probably about here. Yeah, that works. Voila! You gotta love it when things just swap. Do you hate my eyes? And we're making it work, dude. Sorry for the leak. Starfield is on CD keys. Apparently, they have March 23rd as the release date. Interesting. March 23rd, I think the only way that happens is if they like really want to blow people away. Yeah, this is just funny. Hold on. Can you actually see it? Hold on. I'm gonna hold it up like a boomer. My brother Ben just sent this to me. Forspoken devs when they realize not everyone has a 3070 in their PC, nor is anyone paying $70 for it. Yeah, it's almost like they're really out of touch thinking that that's a reasonable thing to do. Oh, you like it wide? Yeah, you do. Boomer meme, calm down. When do you realistically think Starfield will drop? Until 2-3 days ago, I would have put good money on it only releasing in maybe the fall. But now that we know Xbox is interested in doing these surprise drops, it kind of shakes everything up. Because the general consensus for a long time has been that if you are going to leak something, or rather if you're going to announce something and release a game at a set period of time, you need to have all of your ducks in a row, and you need to do like the pre-order process. You need to have the marketing campaign. You need to do all of that typical stuff. But Xbox just waltzed in and said, no, we don't need to do that. And the game's actually good and it's performing well. And because probably, I don't know what the actual numbers are. I would imagine it's going to be like 80 to 85% of players are going to be playing Starfield through Xbox Game Pass. I have to imagine that most of them are not going to care about the pre-orders. Like, pre-orders usually tell retailers like, okay, this game's going to do well in this market, so we'll focus on advertising there, and then we'll also ship a bunch of physical copies there. But now that's not really a big deal, and especially with Game Pass, it's really not important anymore. So I don't know. But if it's never been more likely that they do drop it in the first half after this last thing. Starfield's too big. I don't know. They said it was BS. Okay, so it's probably just a placeholder they put on it. But I don't know. As of today, their stance is first half of the year. That's what their stance is today as to when the game comes out. Believe it or disbelieve it, but that's what they're saying the plan is. Until they change their minds or announce a change. I don't know. Oh, should I... with this wide angle... Should I start doing this? Where instead of my videos being filmed like back here, I just get right up on the lens. And I start to do like the vlogger angle.
To video, we're at f2.8 on the lens. And this is how far away I am from the lens.
He's that far from the camera. And it looks like that. That's how freakishly wide that lens angle is. Like, that's ridiculous. That's straight up ridiculous. Again, if I had that angle on this camera, right now, this is 24 millimeters. So 12, you would see behind my monitor, you'd see along the back wall, like, you'd see everything. I don't think it would even be like that interesting of an angle. I think it'd actually look kind of bad. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I also tried a lens that had f0.95 and it was pretty stupid. It was like so stupid that like you look at it and it's just like a gigantic hole that lets light straight into the sensor. Everything looks like super washed out and blurry. Because it's an f sub 1, like your range of focus is like an inch. or half an inch. Like, you can't move this much, otherwise you're totally out of focus because it's so shallow. It's ridiculous. It's actually stupid. Okay. I still have the... Close that. Okay. What's the statue under Ellie? Oh, that thing. That is the collector's edition for the Order 1886. I hopped on eBay one day and found a lady that was selling it for $100. Just $100. And she was selling it because she had gotten it for, if I remember correctly, she had gotten it for like her boyfriend / fiance or something at the time. And he then like cheated on her or something. So they broke up and she kept it in the garage. And then recently she was moving. And so she was clearing out her garage, found this unopened box for the Order 1886 Collector's Edition, and listed it on eBay. And it happened to be listed about 15 minutes before I hopped on to see if anybody had this collector's edition. Because I'd seen a couple where it was just the statue and it was in really kind of crappy condition and they wanted like $300 for it. And I was like, I'm not doing any of that. And so I lucked out hardcore and found it. Now, to be fair, it's a collector's edition for a super poorly received PlayStation exclusive from what, like 2014, 2015. So it's a niche product, I'll grant you that, but it's actually just a really cool statue. Rocky, I'll look at that in just a second. Come on, you. It's just a badass statue. I mean, come on. How cool is that? It's a really good sculpt. The painting on it's really, really good. And it's a piece of PlayStation history, positive or negative. You know, it's a piece of it. So that's what's under Ellie. That's what's under Ellie. I dig the sword. Is it real? Yes, the sword is real, but it is not sharpened. It is real. It's from Spain. How much is your studio worth with all like gear and collectibles? If you count the like computers, cameras, lenses, all of that stuff, I think we counted it up last year, like early last year, maybe late 2021. And it was somewhere in the realm of like between 20 and 30,000. But it's been like, I've slowly accumulated crap over 5-6 years. And a lot of this stuff is totally unnecessary and complete overkill. But like, you know, the speakers I use that I really like, you know, these speakers, the Kefs. Those Kefs are great, but they are total overkill. And like I don't need Kefs. Nobody really needs Kefs, but I love those speakers. Where'd you get the skull? The skull I got, so okay, this is going to be a needlessly long story to basically tell you that it's a like resin skull I got off Etsy. But basically what happened is for my wedding, I wanted to get my groomsmen something nice that they would actually use instead of like those typical cringe wedding presents for the wedding party where it's like, here's a t-shirt with Luke's wedding on it that you're never going to wear. Like, it's totally a waste of money. And so I wanted to get them something that they'd use. So I hopped on Etsy and I tried to order them custom like Yeti tumblers. The really nice like insulated, vacuum insulated tumblers. And I wanted to order those with their name like laser engraved onto it. And I was like, that's something they can use at work. It has their name on it, so it's actually practical because other people won't take it. It's going to be useful. So I ordered those, and it was quite expensive. I think all told it was like $300 for the 7 or 8 that I had to order. And I ordered it, and I waited for them, and I waited for weeks and weeks and weeks. And eventually we got to the point where like the wedding was 3 weeks out, and I was like, I don't know what's happening. They haven't shown up. So I reached out to them. The store was gone. You couldn't talk to the store owner. It was all buried. Hi, babe. I'm telling them about when I accidentally got, yeah. And so the store was gone. So I started freaking out that somebody took my money and ran. So I hopped on Etsy support. I told them what was going on. The store's missing. I haven't got my order. The money left my account, all this. And Etsy support, to their credit, got on. They refunded me the full amount of money. And they gave me like a $50, it was $50 or $60 credit for Etsy to use on whatever I wanted. So then I was like, okay, awesome. Problem solved. And so I started looking around for other ideas for groomsmen presents. And a few days later, a box shows up full of all of the tumblers, laser engraved with all of my groomsmen's names on it. And I tried to like check the order form on that sheet to see if there was contact info so I could then just give the money back to the store that Etsy had refunded me. But that, like, it all just rerouted to that closed Etsy seller account. That was really, really weird. So I don't know what happened, but they disappeared. And I just got this $50 credit and all of the tumblers. So I accidentally took a ton of money from them. But with that $50 credit, it was going to expire and I needed to get something. So I hopped on Etsy, and one of the things I found for like $35, it was going to be like $48 with shipping and taxes, was a resin skull for the studio. So I got that. Totally useless. But that's how I got the skull. It's not because I went out and wanted to buy a skull. I did see somebody that thought it was a real human skull, and they commented on a video and said, "Who is that on top of your PC?" Which I thought was funny. Yes, Nikki. How are you?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm tired.
You're tired? You got to talk louder.
I'm talking at a normal volume.
I know, but you're on
It's picking me up just fine.
quietly,
I
though.
can see it.
Quietly.
Maybe you're just overcompensating.
Maybe. I wouldn't put it past me. Did the baby go down okay?
Yeah, we got home and he was just a mess. He's been a mess for a little bit.
Yeah.
I gave him his first cake pop.
Oh, I bet he liked that.
He did. Got us through Joanne's.
Baby with a cake pop.
I gotta look at fabric for like 10 minutes longer.
What's the Target haul? Yeah.
Oh, I bought dish towels with strawberries on them.
Remember what I told you guys about the decorative pillows and all that? Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing though, is so I buy these really nice dish towels. And what I do is I put one of the nice ones out next to like one that can get dirty. Like one's decorative, clearly decorative, and then one is for like wiping up spaghetti sauce because I can bleach it. And both my housemates, one being my husband, destroy every single nice thing I have in this house.
Okay, here's the thing though. If there's a towel on the like arm of the oven, my understanding is that towel is for like use in the kitchen, because otherwise why is it in the kitchen? So if I'm cooking or something and I need to dry my hands, I'll use the towel. I don't understand why on earth you would have decorative towels.
I'm afraid to buy things that look nice because you destroy them. At one point, he had a face wash that bleached all of my towels.
Yeah, if you've never used the like oh crap, what is that stuff called, Nikki? It's the face wash. No, the face wash like skincare service that like Justin Bieber promoted for a while. It's like the 3-step thing. It's all over high schools. I don't know. I was hoping somebody in chat would know, but I don't know. 13 and 1. No, it's like something clear, maybe.
Clear as
It's gonna break my brain. Proactive. Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about with clear something. Yes, Sophie, proactive. Proactive stuff bleaches the crap out of like gray towels, cream towel. Like if you have any remnants of the face wash and then you dab your face to dry it off before doing part 2, which is like the toner, it will just bleach the crap out of your towels. They don't tell you that, but yeah, it will.
And I believe like bath towels and face towels and hand towels, those are for use. But your skin stuff shouldn't bleach the crap out of them.
Well, once I realized that's what was doing it, I was like, okay, maybe this isn't.
Our sheets, all of pillowcases that Luke's face has ever touched have bleach stains on them.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. It's really cool.
Yeah. It's the whole thing. But where is the baby? He's sleeping. Yeah, it's night time. Jay, thank you for the $4.99. That's not a good face wash. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at. I was like, if this is going to bleach my towels, what's it doing to my skin?
It was a reputable face wash in the early 2000s. They had a kiosk in the mall.
Yeah, they still do.
How you know.
They have vending machines for it.
That's how you know that it's a really good face wash.
Yeah.
You can buy it from a vending machine in the mall.
Yeah. I don't know. It was one of those things, like everybody said it worked miracles. I tried it. It never really worked for me. But my issue is all like sugar and dairy related, mostly dairy, I think. Mauer, thank you for the 30 shekels. It reminds me when I ordered something around $1,000 from the Weta workshop and I decided to cancel it. They refunded me, but after a few weeks I got the package. I paid them because conscience lol. Yeah, no, I wanted to pay these guys, but they had literally deleted their entire store page. Like their contact info was just rerouting to their Etsy page, which didn't exist. And like Etsy support, because I remember I contacted Etsy support and I said, I don't want to get like double charged or something. So I went to Etsy support and I said, so I just got the package that you guys previously refunded me for. I don't know how that happened, but I just got it. And they said, well, we can't contact the sellers because they closed all their accounts. So I guess it's just yours to keep. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. Nikki, did you paint the cabinets?
No, but I bought the paint for it,
She did?
which is a huge step.
Isn't it being shipped?
Yeah, it'll be here tomorrow.
Okay.
Which I'm so excited about. Hopefully it's not crap. It's gonna be little though. It's a little thing I paint.
Gonna look like Marilyn Manson by the time you're done. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm so white. It was just bleaching my skin all those years. Ice Geology, they're good? Okay. I think I've heard of those guys, yeah. Let's see. I use Blue Atlantis Volcanic Ash face wash. I once tried ordering a clay face wash in my like college phase where I was just desperate to not have pizza face. So I found like a clay that you would mix together with water. It comes as a powder, it mixes into a clay, and then you're supposed to like put it over your face, kind of like just a daily face mask. But the first time I did it, like you would have thought that I stuck my face into a hill full of fire ants. Like my face was so red, so irritated. It was horrible for like 2 days. It was bad.
Moved your skin.
Yeah, I used it for like 1 day and then I had to stop. It was horrible. I don't know what I was thinking. Like that's not very convenient either. Okay, honey, I'm going to get ready for bed. What are you doing? Mixing my mud. My face mud. No big deal. Nikki, did you find Luke nerdy when you first met him?
Luke was the first person I ever dated that hadn't like done drugs or stolen from a cash register.
I was the safe bet.
He was the first like safe, kind, good person I ever dated. I had issues with wanting to date projects because I was a good girl and I liked feeling like I
can fix him.
People. I can save him. And Luke was the first person I didn't have to save.
Yeah.
And it's lovely.
I had to save her.
What?
Yeah, she's a theater major. Can you believe that? Yeah.
We met in theater.
We did meet in a theater class at a community college. Looking back, some of the plays and stuff we did was so cringy. But at the time, we took it very seriously. Because, like, you come from high school theater, and, like, in high school, you know, this theater isn't very serious, but whatever. And then you get to college theater, and you're like, okay, I'm a real performer now.
Community college theater.
Yeah, we weren't even like full college theater.
No, it was community college theater.
Yeah.
We felt even more badass, though, because we were, like, acting with actors that were 10 to 15 years older than us, because community college, we're like, whoa, we're good.
Yeah, and the director we were working with, he would bring in outside performers and talent to act with the students, which is kind of a fun idea. But when you realize that the students are paying for like the ability to be in the show, and then you bring in just random people from like fully grown adults from the city to perform in the show without having to pay, it feels really weird. Like, I'm paying to take this class and be in the show, and you're just bringing them in to do it for fun. It was
how
weird.
We knew we made it, though, is we had left the community college, and a couple of years later, he was calling us to be the guest artists. And we're like, oh.
Yeah, then we showed up to one of the auditions just to try it. We went once, and I love the director still to this day. Peter, I love you, baby. Call me. I love Peter, but like we walked in and it was so weird because now we were the old geezers, and we see all these like
23.
Yeah, all these like 17, 18-year-old kids that are in their first semester at community college, and they look at us like we're the old people, and all of a sudden I was like, I don't know if this feels right. Are there videos of this? I don't think so. Yeah, there's probably pictures and stuff.
Definitely pictures.
But no, they like one of the things with plays and theater is that you're not allowed or supposed to film any of it. Yeah. Like it's a pretty big no-no. Recreate it now. Oh man, if I ever do another show with like Peter, it's such a weird thing because he's the Tim Burton of this town. Like all of his shows are outrageous and weird and wacky, but have a very distinct dark art style. They're really cool. So if I ever do another show with him, I'll announce it, and you know, any of you guys who want to come, you can come and see the show. And then I'm sure if some people come, you'll find a way to film it. You're not allowed to. But if you were to do something, I mean, I'll be on stage. I can't stop you. And then if that happened to get shared to the Discord, then I couldn't stop you. You know? Do you poke fun at Luke for being a nerd like the rest of us? She can't because she's actually kind of a giga nerd herself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's why the bad boys liked me.
Yeah, I told them the story of you with the Assassin's Creed hoodie getting hit on by neckbeards all over the place.
When I was like 7 months pregnant
Mhm.
and nothing else fit me. I was at work.
Like,
yeah.
So you like video games? That's pretty cool.
Sweatshirt. That's rad.
That's rad.
Okay.
You play a lot of Assassin's Creed?
The game hasn't come out yet, but that's fine.
It's just so stupid.
Hey, baby, so you play Assassin's Creed?
Yeah, exactly. Women have a glow when they're pregnant. Oh, for real? For real. The glow. Look, there's no light above Nikki. That's just her.
Yeah, all
glowing.
this broken hair is actually from my last pregnancy when I lost it all. So
Yeah, Lockie's
glowing.
Lockie's real sorry about that. But I guess you guys can see this. This is cool.
What?
Oh, the picture
Which one?
of the scan.
Oh, I think it looks like
It's a baby.
goo.
It's not goo.
It looks like
It's baby.
they look like goo.
You see? Do you see him in there? He's doing like this. He's got one hand up and the other hand behind his head. Do you see him? I see him clear as day. Nikki thinks it just looks like a pile of goo. She doesn't see it.
Honestly, like the English version of a gummy bear, a jelly baby. That's what I imagine when I see that jelly baby.
I don't know, I see it clear as day. I see a little baby in
Like
there.
it's a jar of jam that looks like a baby.
But yeah, no, that's the 3D scan of the little one in her belly right now.
I agree. 3D scans are terrifying.
It's pretty cool.
They scare me so much.
She's right. It's goo. I'm a goo man. Oh, cute. My boy is due this April 18th. Yay! Congrats. That's killer.
Woo!
That's killer. Now, when's Caleb's baby due? Is it May?
May.
Yeah.
Early May.
Caleb, Iron Cyclops, his baby is due May.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's his first. So
I think it's hilarious. We didn't know we were pregnant. The day they told us they were expecting, we had no idea we were also expecting. Whoop.
Yeah, oops.
Whoop the daisies.
Oops. Jan is asking how I'm still a mod. I mean, honestly, it surprises us all, Jan. I mean, we're all baffled. Awesome Ifer, super exciting. Caleb's pregnant, Pog. Yeah, exactly. He, I think he said they're in, he took a little vacation with his missus, a sort of babycation before the baby comes, which is the way to do it. I mean, I think it's important to get away while you still can. Yeah, we went to Nolans, which in hindsight's a really weird place to go when somebody can't drink. But also like New Orleans, we loved it for the history stuff. We did not love it for the drinking. Like, I don't know. We saw some weird stuff. You know, people that had been drunk for 4 or 5 days straight, hadn't slept, had track marks on their arms, were screaming about what the prophecies foretold them in the scrolls and in the hieroglyphs. And
the public already treats you really weird when you're pregnant. Like, I don't know why, but random people feel like they can just come up to you and touch you or say hey or get in your face or ask you lots of personal questions. And it's even weirder when they're really intoxicated.
Mm-hmm. No, the whole thing is freaking weird. I don't know why it says we're playing Tom Clancy's whatever. That's very weird. Huh. Let's see. Okay, I have an interesting question. Whose personality molded into whom of the two of you? Whose personality molded into whom of the two of you? I'm trying to decipher the question. Can you ask the question in another way? I'm missing it. I'm not sure how to answer that. Let's see. Show them the goo picture. I'm sleeping any chance I get, lol. Yeah, and RS Nos, again, I told this to Caleb. I've told it to everybody that's coming to chat and asked for like advice for new dads, whatever. No joke. Do like lower back stretches. I'm not joking. Okay. As a dude, you don't spend a lot of time like leaning over and doing that. Maybe you do. I don't know what you're up to, but most people don't. And for me, I was like braced for the lack of sleep. I was braced for kind of flying by.
For the lack of sleep.
I was.
We were dead.
But I still felt tired, but I knew that was coming, right? But what I did not see coming at all was just how much my lower back killed me for the first like 2 weeks we had Lachlan. Because all of a sudden, you're constantly leaning over the crib and the bassinet to pick up this baby, which is like a little, dumbbell of weight. And then, you're also leaning down constantly to pick things up or to do diaper changes and things. And it's just not something you naturally do much unless you work in a field where you're doing a lot of like heavy physical labor. So I would heavily recommend just look up on YouTube lower back stretches and you will be very, very thankful. I mean, you might not notice it if you do the stretches and you won't feel bad. So it'll just seem normal. But if you don't do it, you'll be very, very sad. And you'll be like, I should have done what Luke told me. My back hurts so bad. Just telling you. Yeah, leaning into the car to strap them in. That's one of the weirder things. Yeah, you're not used to that weird motion.
When they're still rear facing and they're like 30 pounds, it's really hard on your back.
Oh yeah, I have to like grab Lockie and then swap one hand on his butt and then like hold him out
you like
to
have
move
to
in.
like level them out. You're like, don't hit your head on the ceiling. I'm sorry.
I've seen some of those big SUVs rotate the whole chair out to the side so you can just set the kid in, rotate it back, and then it slides back and locks. That would actually be very, very nice. I could see that being really nice. Yeah, deadlifts are probably the easiest thing you could do. I have a daughter who's 5 weeks old. He is so fucking right. Thank you, Professor Murdoch. I agree. Yeah, it's one of those things nobody tells you, but dear God Almighty. Let's see. I'm 38 and my new daughter is really showing me how old AF I am. P.S. Like the stream, folks. Yes, everybody, like the stream. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, it's exciting. Never a dull moment, but it's a lot. It's a lot. It's great, but it's a lot. And then you get acclimated to it. Do you want to sit down? Do you want the chair?
Oh, are you offering?
Yes, I've been sitting all day.
I'm gonna get lunch.
No, you sit in the chair. I'll stand like that.
How does that feel? How does it feel to be the...
It's weird. You notice how freakishly warm that is?
It is. Your butt is so sweaty.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Why is it so sweaty?
But yeah, it's good. And then you become acclimated to it. You get used to the routine, and then you're like, what did I do all day before this?
Worked.
I don't know. I just messed around.
I took a lot more naps. Weirdly.
Yeah.
Now I don't.
I think I went out a lot more. I'm a homebody now. Homebody DILF right here. Cheers.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to agree or anything, Nikki. It's fine.
Yeah. You seem confident with that answer.
Yeah. Nikki's stream now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now we will be playing all of the Dragon Age games in sequence.
I told you she's a nerd. What a dork.
And we will be diving into the lore. And if you skipped one because it was long or boring, Dragon Age 2, F you hurt my feelings because it's part of the lore and you just gotta suck it up. We all did. Where are you going?
Throwing stuff away.
Okay. Oh, you're stuck with me. That's awkward. I am unbelievably excited for Dragon Age 4. The Dread Wolf! Luke, the Dread Wolf!
The Dread Wolf!
But they keep pushing it back. Luke has no idea what that means, though.
Maybe one day we'll see something about it.
Well, they keep, dropping stuff with Solus / Fenris, but then the dates keep pushing back. And with Andromeda, which was piss poor, I don't foresee them rushing it, because if they do, then they've ruined an entire franchise for no reason.
We'll see. Oh, this is...
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream, everyone. Take a seat.
Luke doesn't like Dragon Age.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I don't actively like it.
I came into this relationship and he's like, oh, you like games? And I'm like, yeah, I could talk about Dragon Age all day. First thing he does is makes a video trashing Dragon Age.
I don't think I trashed it.
And I still married this man.
Did I ever make a video trashing? You guys will know. Did I ever do anything? I don't think I've ever made a video on Dragon Age. I don't know. I've made a handful.
All I'm saying is you can't really say you've played Dragon Age until you've romanced the Iron Bull from all sexuality standpoints, because damn. Gotta ride the bull to play Inquisition. Oh. Just saying, it's super good. The gameplay's not great though, which I think is why you didn't like it.
I think I was coming off of The Witcher, and so coming from The Witcher to Dragon Age feels weird.
Well, The Witcher has good... Witcher 3 specifically is good gameplay mechanics. It's fun to fight, and it's got good story. Whereas Dragon Age, the gameplay mechanics aren't amazing. They're not very good at all, especially in Dragon Age 2. But the story is so good, and the lore is so good, and there's little bits everywhere. That's all.
When we get the next announcement for Dragon Age 4, we'll probably be able to justify doing videos on it. But right now, it's not really a common or trending topic.
How rude.
It's just not.
I also cannot say that I've finished Valhalla because I don't think you can finish Valhalla. I just don't think it's possible.
It's not fun to finish it, no. It was miserable.
It is funny though, because every time you play Last of Us Part 2 right now, I just think about, oh, in Valhalla, my bird will just go and get that arrow. You uncultured swine, you have to get it yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's what I think of every time.
How far are you into Valhalla?
I think I'm like 80%.
How many hours though?
Oh no.
I thought you only
I'm like 50 to 60 hours in.
So it depends on how much side stuff
It was
you've done,
significant.
but you could very well have another, like you might only be halfway.
I've been doing a lot of side stuff.
If you have been, you probably have a lot to go because it just never ends.
Whoa.
Oh, I think, yeah, we should get Nikki's impressions on this. What do you think?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, DualSense Edge. The wife is going to figure it out. This is the standard controller. So if you want to feel it, just get it acclimated to it.
I'm acclimated.
This is the DualSense Edge.
Get the little wings.
It's
like a grasshopper.
Yeah, it's got little wings on the back. This is their $200 competitor to this controller from Xbox. This also has wings.
$200?
This is $200. This is like $180. Okay, so just feel these. See what you think.
I don't like the ones with the wings on the back already.
You could imagine taking it off. I mean, that's fine.
So this is the one where you can't key assign it. You have to press it and then press a button.
You can key assign it, but these function edge buttons, you have to hold that down and then press the corresponding button to perform some action.
It's really confusing for no reason.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not affecting her
really
opinion.
confusing.
How does it feel?
Like a grasshopper.
Louder.
Oh, like a grasshopper. Like
It feels like a grasshopper?
Like I'm holding a grasshopper.
Oh.
It's kind of grossing me out a little.
How does the build quality feel?
Well,
And
it
it's
feels
significantly
incredibly similar. I wouldn't say that it's $200. Like it feels incredibly similar to the Pro controller, which is what, $60, $70?
Well, the regular
5?
controller is like 50 to 70.
50 to 70,
when
depending.
you get it on sale. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, no, the build is incredibly similar, other than these wings on the back, and this is kind of tacky.
Yeah, I don't. What do you think of the gloss finish?
I think if you eat even one Dorito, you're gonna ruin it.
So for Nikki,
It's over.
ruined within 5 minutes.
How am I supposed to play Overwatch if I can't eat Doritos in between deaths?
She's the person in the voice chat. Oh, good play. Oh, I'm running to heal you.
I do eat a lot on mic.
What about this? We can pop off the top plate, and if we need to, we can replace entire joysticks.
That's nifty.
That's kind of cool. Because one of the
What if
complaints
Dorito
is
dust gets stuck in there?
it always goes back to Doritos.
If I can't eat with the controller.
This is something the Elite 2 cannot do. You can't replace joysticks easily with that.
But how much are they charging for the individual joysticks?
$20.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would say that is a pro, especially if you have a toddler that throws your controllers and then the joysticks stick.
Yeah. Or like just some people in chat were saying that they run into a ton of problems. Yeah, all for the Dorito Pope, our Lord. Praise be, Dorito Pope, praise
But the
be.
question is nacho cheese, spicy nacho, or Cool Ranch?
Oh, the spicy hits different.
The salsa verde ones are good too. I just like Doritos. Oh, I just love Doritos.
You have to spend $300 for the Dorito-proof version, yeah. Now, what do you think of this Elite 2? In terms of build quality, which one do you think is built better? The Xbox or the PlayStation? What do you think?
This one's heavier. I don't like the texture on it, but I don't hate it. I don't know. This one feels more expensive. I think that's definitive for me. Like it feels more expensive. It's heavier. I don't know why heavier things to me are more expensive.
It's more premium. It's built better. Let me ask you this. Everybody in chat can answer this too. If you're going to charge anywhere from like 3 to 4 times the cost of a 2-year-old controller for a new premium controller
It already looks grosser.
that already looks grosser, but that's beside the point, would you expect the battery life to be better, worse, or the same on the controller that costs 3 to 4 times this one? Should this have a better, worse, or similar battery to this old controller that's way cheaper? You'd hope you would say better, right?
Say better or the same.
Well,
At least the same.
they've done a teardown.
Why are you screaming?
I'm just talking. This is how I talk.
You just like dropped 2 octaves. I'm talking. This is how I talk.
They did a teardown. And guess what? This is the battery inside the 2-year-old controller that's cheaper.
No.
And this is the battery on the brand new super expensive controller. And according to their testing, this battery is significantly worse than the battery included in here. The battery life is far, far lower than even with the DualSense, which was not a battery champion to begin with. It was already pretty bad. Like, I don't understand how anybody could justify this. Like, if you get it, it sucks, and then you return it, okay, you learned. I don't know how you buy this with a straight face and then say that it's just as premium as what like Xbox is offering, or even of good value comparatively. I don't get it. I really don't. Like, across the board, it seems like the kind of thing with like Apple like accessories, where the only reason you would buy like the Apple case for your phone is because you want people to see the Apple logo and be like, oh, they spent more on their Apple phone case. Wow, they're rich. It's the same thing with this. Like, people want to use this so that it looks different from the base controller, so that they can kind of flex that they have the nice stuff.
They got that sweet drip.
They got that
sucks.
drip.
Clout.
Yeah, you have to have fucking money or must really, really like the features. Yeah, if it were like 100, I think it'd be fine.
I don't.
Thesaurus, Luke, I bought it, ... because other companies for PS5 or competitors for PS5 use cost the same or more with less features. Shame.
Well.
And I hope you like it. I hope you like it and it's worth the cost to you. For me, and after testing it, my wife as well.
Yes, speak for me.
We don't seem to get it.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
It's like holding a larger than average grasshopper.
Yeah. It's not how I would have put it, but dog water. Yeah, dog water. Yeah, for 2, I mean, the fact that this thing's cheaper immediately feels more premium. It also, one of the things you don't see in this, here, I'm just going to reach across you because I have to show you this.
Oh, that's a choking hazard.
So this, you can pop off the caps, but you can also use the little key and stick it in the joystick and adjust the resistance. So if you want the joystick super loose, you can do that. And if you want it more resistant, because you like it a little firmer, you can tweak that. You can also swap out the D-pad if you want. We're adults. She's a mother.
I like a floppy joystick in my house.
Yeah, I don't like it firm. But like, that's a feature you can't tweak on this.
D-pad.
An adult. She's an adult.
You're married to me.
It's the mother of my children. Yeah. Keep your hands where we can see them. Don't worry, we like it loose. Nikki prefers it.
Ooh.
Let's see. I feel like you are clear to take over the stream now. Is that how we're gonna do this? Like, we'll just gonna be like, Nikki, I need to sub out.
He's gonna like, Nikki, I gotta poop. Come sit in the
Code
chair.
Brown. Code Brown. Come hold it down.
Oh no.
Oh man. Ain't no floppy joysticks up in here.
Firm only.
Yeah. This is why I can't watch sports with my wife. Every bit of commentary becomes this. Yeah.
It's got to become interesting somehow. How is it fair?
Yeah.
If the sports aren't inherently interesting, you've got to build on something. Come on.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Nikki doesn't get the DualSense Edge. Did not pass the wife test.
Let's go over other things I don't get.
I tried it.
I
don't know. It comes in that carrying case, the big white one.
Why does it need a carrying case?
Because the idea is that if this is like your one controller, you'll bring this to friends' houses for game nights.
Really?
I'm assuming.
You're like, let me pull this out for you. Well,
Yeah.
bang.
Well, I remember going over to it's so funny, to Caleb's house for a sleepover. We actually did this.
Oh, jeez.
And it was fun, but we played Dead Rising all night long. But one of the things is that he didn't have enough controllers for the multiplayer games we were going to play, so we had to bring our own Xbox controllers. So if I had the Elite, that actually would have been useful. Load up my nice controller in my carrying case, bring it to the sleepover. It was great. This was in high school, by the way. This wasn't last week. Okay, just for the record. We have a sleepover.
They have sleepovers.
Yeah. I have sleepovers with Caleb all the time.
I don't know. My games in high school and middle school were way different than that. I'd bring over the Xbox to my friend's house. I would sneak it out of the house because it was my dad's Xbox. But if he was playing WoW, he wouldn't notice. Hopefully, because WoW is all consuming. All hail WoW.
All hail.
All hail WoW.
Praise be.
And we would play. We'd rent Sims 2. I wasn't allowed to play The Sims because they could make babies. But we'd rent Sims 2 from the movie store, from the rental in town. Not a Blockbuster, small town. But and then we'd play Sims 2 all night long. And I remember at one point we played it so late into the night that both of us woke up to one of our Sims on fire. And that was a new moment for me where I'm like, oh man, we can't play this game. People can die.
This is on another level. Yeah, Nikki was a WoWer. She played a lot of WoW.
I can't play WoW anymore. That is one where I draw the line. Because there's no happiness that you get from it. There's no gratification. And it's addicting. And so you learn how to sit like this and let the bot out and eat junk and play WoW.
Living the life.
I think I only got into it because my dad's raiding team needed healers, and so he made me a paladin.
Recruiting his kids.
So that I could heal the team. That was my freshman year of high school.
That's the dream, yeah. Playing games, lock, we need a healer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dad, I got you.
I got you, Dad. I'm in. Okay, you hide over here, and then when you see this bar go low, you send us the heals, babe. And if you do it, I'll buy you a toy. No, that's not good.
No, that's fine.
I'm gonna go eat lunch.
You gonna go eat lunch?
Yeah,
it's 2:15.
I'm surviving on coffee and a protein shake right now, and that's not great. It's not
You're doing
great.
great.
Thank you.
Love it. Oh, Ville's coming out to play. He's peeking. Here, I'll take a picture. I'll show you guys.
Peeking. Oh, yeah.
He's been sleeping the whole stream. Come on. Do I have the rotation locked? Yeah. This is Ville right now. He's just peeking out. What's up? What's up, dude?
He always looks like he wants to fight.
Yeah. He heard Nikki and he's like, she's not normally down here.
He's
What's
like,
up?
Wait a second.
What's
no
up?
chicks allowed. Get her out of here.
This is a guy space.
I can't play Call of Duty because it's really upsetting.
Well, we tried to play Call of Duty recently. It's just bad. They're apparently going back on all of the
It's
design
not
choices
bad.
they made.
We are now bad. We are what one would call good at one point, and now we're very bad.
I think it's just we used to be really into it and play it a lot, and then they changed everything, and we just haven't done the work to like get better at it again.
We can play Overwatch
Because we don't find it fun. Like, it's not fun anymore.
Ugh.
It's just lame. Well, we'll wrap up here. I think that works. We both need lunch.
This shirt makes me look like a male gorilla.
Not.
I'm going.
Not really. A
go
male
cry.
gorilla. 15 minutes behind. I 100% completed Valhalla. I'm so sorry, Luke. I'm so sorry for your loss. The loss of your time and sanity. Now Luke sucks. Can confirm. I'd be down for WoW. I'm the tank. Oh, Caleb might be personally offended because he tanks in every game. But if you are in the party first, that's Demster rules. Demster rules.
Demster rules. I used to tank. I just don't get it in Overwatch. I haven't found a character that I like to tank.
Oh, Overwatch, yeah. I know we usually just all queue and leave it there. Oh, Retro's showing off.
Oh, I want to go so bad.
Yeah, this is the guy I did the collab with. Really, really, really nice guy. And he went to, this is Universal Studios Los Angeles.
Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, I guess it is.
So it's a little different. It's actually quite different. The queue normally, like in Orlando, this queue entrance is all the way back, like over here.
Right, you're right.
That
was we were supposed to go, like 2 weeks ago. We had a whole trip planned. And then we decided to build our family instead of ride roller coasters.
No regrets.
Next year.
Yeah, next year we'll do it. We'll bring Lockie and introduce him to it. But he went on this trip. He got to go there. All expenses paid, I'm sure. Then he went meeting Hogwarts Legacy devs. Alan and Boston was a true joy. I could have talked to them for hours about this game they've carefully been crafting for years. They're like two proud parents, and I can't wait for all of you to experience what they've been working on. Very sweet. Yeah, this is the creative director. I believe Boston is heading up the narrative adaptation stuff. I think. I don't recall exactly what the role breakdown is.
Being said that the narrative stuff, like the dialogue and the script and everything, are kind of rough. At least it's been seen.
I think the dialogue and the scripting's all great. It's specifically how they recorded the audio. It's overly compressed. It's really weird, but hopefully it's just weird recording techniques. Didn't know Mirandalorians, who's another video game YouTuber covering Hogwarts Legacy, at all before this. Expecto Go, and I met her during our gameplay session, and the three of us clicked instantly. We spent the afternoon talking content between all of the fun rides at Universal. She's going to do big things on YouTube. Yeah, new creator. Super cool. Then there's these guys. I think these are other Hogwarts Legacy creators as well that are covering content specifically on the game. Finally, we have Finch Strife. And these guys are also this, and this is Chandler. It looks like, I think that's his name, Chandler. Did they say? Yeah, Chandler Wood. Yeah, he's the like community manager for Hogwarts Legacy. And even though he's the one that was unboxing that god-awful collector's edition that we made fun of, he's done a phenomenal job of harboring the community and instilling a lot of confidence. Like, I think a lot of this stuff with the transparency we've had, the preview events that we've had, a lot of this lands on his shoulders, and probably also a lot on Eric as well, who's the marketing manager. I think these two are largely responsible for the overwhelming success and hype around the game. So props to those guys. They've done a tremendous job, really. But anyway, Epic Universe. Oh, dear God, TB.
They are just finishing Super Nintendo at California.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Just to show you guys real quick, if you don't know what Epic Universe is.
The How to Train Your Dragon? Oh my gosh.
They are doing like a huge, many multi-billion-dollar expansion to Universal. And I mean, they're working on it here. You can see just how much goes into it. But they are doing so freaking much to get this off the ground. Do they have a render? Ugh. I don't.
That was gross.
My neck hurts quite badly. Epic Universe theme parking, hotel, something site, all this stuff. They're pouring billions of dollars into this, and it's gonna be insane.
I kind of need them to like revamp. Not the comic book land. What's right next to it? It's like the old-fashioned.
Like the Dr. Seuss thing?
No, not Dr. Seuss. Like they all need some love. They need a little love. A lot of those areas of the park are starting to fall apart a bit. But there's the old tunes like Popeye and
Oh yeah, Toonland or
Bilge
whatever.
Rat and all of those. The Toonland, a lot of their rides most of the year are even shut down.
Mm.
Which I feel like should be a priority. Is getting those figured out. But
A water-based spinning ride.
wow, what a time.
I don't know. It's not common. Like what Universal's been doing for a long time is that they just tear down an old ride and build a new one. With this, but they're still constrained because they have the old skeleton to work with. But with this, they're just starting from scratch and building a modern day theme park. And it's going to be awesome. I can't wait.
Okay, I'm going to go eat a cinnamon roll and think about my life decisions.
Okay. Much love. Much love.
Not you, babe.
I'll be up in a minute.
Other life decisions.
Yeah, I'm going to think about what I got myself into. I'll be up in a few. Anyway, Hermione is meow, 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 meow. Hermione, do you want to say hi? Oh. She's just sassy. Hermione.
That smells like cactus down here.
Yeah, I don't know what they did. Meow. 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 This here is Hermione. Oh, your little bean toes are so cold. This is Hermione cat. She is a good little kitty cat. Yeah? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah? Do you want to look for spiders? You want to go hunting for spiders? Go find some spiders. Yeah, Hermione's not normally allowed in here because she has a tendency to chew cables and then to also get stuck on the sticky spider traps.
That pointed to the game as a culprit in Egbert's disappearance.
Because she's kind of stupid.
But Tim Katz, who helped develop D&D
she's a
with
good
Gary
girl.
Gygax,
She's a good girl.
says Deere was just hyping the story for personal gain.
Oh no, what's playing?
He was
What
a
did you do?
publicity hound. And he knew that he could hang it on D&D and gather a lot of media frenzy. And he did.
How did you hit play, Miney? I don't even know how you did that. See why she's not normally in here. Anyway. Yeah, hair's going everywhere. Let's see. How old is she? I got her like right around the time. Don't step on the keyboard. I love you, but dear God, you're just so weird. Okay, yeah, sit. I'll cuddle you. I got her right around the time Valhalla came out. She was a baby kitten. What is wrong, baby? You are shedding like crazy. Let's go brush you out. Maybe she got spooked. When she gets spooked by stuff, she puffs and then starts, shedding really bad. But yeah, she's probably 2, going on 3. She's a little baby cat. Space bar. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Go get some sleep, Rocky. I also am going to call it. We've been going about 4.5 hours. Like I said at the top with the Twitch stuff, no decisions are made now. I like streaming on YouTube. I like the convenience of all of this stuff. There are potential pros to Twitch, but honestly, like we're picking up steam on YouTube. So I think we'll counter Twitch and just say, listen, if we're going to actually entertain this, you need to make a serious offer. We're not going to do this for like $2,000-$3,000 extra. You need to actually make a compelling argument to us. And if they do that, then we'll talk and consider it seriously. And if they don't, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. But as of right now, I think we're going to stick on YouTube based on the response we saw. Yes, we need to have a call with Jacob. Yeah, I totally agree. I will try to remember to ask him about that and see. I think earlier in the week, this coming week, will work well for him. So an 8-hour stream. Yeah, I think, I'm down to start doing that. I want to start revving up and doing more big streams and stuff. So I think we'll do that. Anyway, much love, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I appreciate every single damn one of you more than you could possibly know, as always. Much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hermione, don't get into too much trouble. I love you guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.